I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
I pledge to always put country above party and self.
That's Fox Vice President Harris in Michigan. Former President Trump said in Georgia,
Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired.
he'll rally in this last day before Election Day in North Carolina and Michigan and Pennsylvania, where Harris will also hold rallies.
The former president in Pennsylvania Sunday voiced his complaint about how we vote.
We should have one-day voting and paper ballots.
Vice President Harris, speaking in Michigan, called that a tactic to suppress the vote.
The systems that are in place for this election in 2024 have integrity. They are good systems.
The vice president says she has voted and her mail-in ballot is en route to California. Former President Trump says he will vote in Florida on Election Day.
That's Fox's Colonel Scott. More than 77 million Americans have already voted early, with several toss-up states setting records like North Carolina.
There were concerns that the damages from Hurricane Helene would negatively impact voter turnout, but more than 4 million people have voted early. The state surpassing its numbers from 2020, and western counties hit by the storm are outpacing the rest of the state.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. Fox News Radio will have special coverage of the election results tomorrow, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern at foxnewsradio.com. A music legend has died, a producer who made others big stars. Quincy Jones was behind Michael Jackson's Thriller, and he worked with many other stars, including Ray Charles and Frank Sinatra. Jones also produced award-winning music for movies and TV shows like Sanford and Son. Quincy Jones won 28 Grammys, was in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He died in his home in Los Angeles at the age of 91. America's listening to Fox News.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The big wireless carriers want you to overpay for data you don't need, but you don't have to settle for that. With Pure Talk, you get to choose how much data you actually want. For just $25 a month, enjoy unlimited talk, text, and 5 gigs of data, plus mobile hotspot. Stop overpaying and switch to Pure Talk today. Dial pound 250 and say the keyword Pure Talk to switch and save 50% off your first month with Pure Talk. Dial pound 250 and say Pure Talk for an additional 50% off.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. The day before the election, election eve, if you will. I guess, kinda. The more I hear that, they're like, we're voting tomorrow. I'm like, well, half the country already voted.
Yeah.
So are we voting tomorrow? I guess half.
We've already been voting for half a month.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't have the, I don't know, it doesn't pack the punch that it used to.
It sure doesn't.
You know?
And it doesn't mean it's a finality to it either.
No. But yeah, exactly. We might not even know tomorrow, right?
No, we're not going to know by tomorrow.
For days.
I'm going to tell you right now, we're not going to know by tomorrow.
Days, even days.
I will give this till November 12th.
Good Lord.
I'm going to give it till November 12th.
Write that down, November 12th. Goodness
56% of Georgians have voted, so that's a good thing. Yeah. But, again, we have challenges here in the state that they're trying to go through. Democrats, once again, trying to, 15 minutes before the polls are supposed to close, decide, hey, you know what, we're going to go ahead and open the doors on Saturday, too, and extend the hours without talking to the state election board, the Secretary of State, or anybody else's, and make their own rules, and then some judge upholds that.
Yes, absolutely.
Which I find funny that a judge would uphold that, but as a state election board meets, they schedule meetings, they put it online, they talk about the rule changes they want. They go, well, listen, that's 3 weeks before an election is too much to change the rules now. But then sides
the Saturday before
with Democrats on, 15 minutes before the polls are supposed to close. Yeah, go ahead and open tomorrow without doing any. Yeah, don't worry about rules in that manner.
Well, Democrats were able to, and they spent the better part of about 20 years working on it, and they worked on you and your emotions. They were like, shouldn't it be easier to vote? Shouldn't we have more time to vote?
Yeah.
Shouldn't more people participate in our democracy?
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
And everyone just went, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Why don't we allow them to mail in votes? And you know what? we'll count them as long as we have to, right?
Like
everybody's voice gets heard.
And like if you decide the week, the Tuesday following Election Tuesday, we'll even count it then.
I mean, if I was in charge as, dictator, which, of course, I'm going to get 99% of the vote every single time because that's how it goes. But one of my first dictates would be this. We vote on Election Day, and that's it.
Yeah.
Done. I'm okay
Over
with that.
Clean. Comfortable. Because now we have to play this game of watching everywhere to see what kind of games. We talked about what was going on in Michigan last week, where we talked about how what they were doing were taking people that were legally able to vote and assigning them ballots and then harvesting those ballots to send them in. Now here in Georgia, we find out, in Fulton County, we're just counting at times we're not even supposed to be counting.
What we weren't supposed to be, but yet we're going to anyway and not alert anybody to it. We're just going to do what we want to do.
But we have to watch all of this because all of this is cheating.
Yes, no, and election interference, it's all of those things, without a doubt. And that's why I think everybody is so uneasy. If things were on the up and up, and we all felt like things were on the up and up, Trump would win tomorrow and it'd be a done deal.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are so many different people involved in our elections now. One of the big problems in Cobb County was that they hired a third party to go ahead and send out registrations and send out absentee ballots to a lot of our service members and a lot of people who have left the state.
A lot of them didn't get them, too.
But unfortunately, they didn't get them. Why? Because the third party system crashed. Nobody told anybody. The Secretary of State and everybody else's office had to scramble to figure out how is Cobb going to get these absentee ballots out in time because, we have the U.S. Postal Service run by the Biden-Harris administration that's a complete failure and can't get mail anywhere on time in this country. So they realize, a lot of those people never going to get their absentee ballots back in time, so they won't be counted. And that's a really big problem in this country. We need to start looking at our elections and shoring them up and making sure that we vote in a reasonable manner. Take out these third-party systems. Go back to what we need to do, which is, I think, personally, voting on day, making sure we hand count, making sure that all the totals match, and doing the job correctly so that we are sure that our elections are the way we did them and voted for them.
But then maybe because I wasn't able to vote on Election Day as a part of the system keeping me from doing it, which is inherently racist, then my voice can't be heard.
Oh, God, I'm so tired of all of you.
I'm so tired.
And as a woman, my voice needs to be heard. And as a straight man who appreciates women, my voice needs to be heard.
Oh, God.
Dude, the crazy
it's the same voice either way, really.
Well, but it's crazy how accurate it is.
I know. I know these people better than they know themselves.
Yeah, that's so funny, man. So I went and checked to see if my wife and I, on the Secretary of State's website, you can go check and see if your vote had been cast, and it indeed, is there that me and my wife both voted. Yeah, you can't see your ballot, so you don't know what they ran through for you. You just know a vote went through in your name.
Yeah.
And then I checked on my son's. His absentee ballot has not made it. Post office.
Yeah.
It's not there.
This is starting to scare me. I went back and looked, too, because I got all nervous and I double-checked. And I went back, and my 2020 vote is completely gone. It's missing. And
really?
So now I need to figure out what's going on with that. But every other vote, 2008 there, 2016 there, all the midterms are there, 2020 gone, 2022 there. Funny enough, my 2020 primary was there, but all of a sudden I looked for the general. It's not there. I was happy to see that I voted this year, as far as I know, up in Towns County. I feel pretty safe right now in Towns County. They did a great job.
Maybe one place you can.
But otherwise, that's really starting to concern me because I had not checked before. I really didn't. I never go to the page. I just assumed at that point that it was in there, and I should have went back a lot earlier and raised some stink about this.
Morning Xtra at Xtra 106.3. So pay attention. Make sure that what you're running through the printer tomorrow is exactly what it's supposed to be. Because look, there is going to be cheating. There's going to be cheating. Don't become a victim of it.
Yeah, and if you're you should do this in any polling center, but especially if you're in Clayton, Cobb, DeKalb, any of those Democrats, Fulton, of course. you need to take that ballot. It's supposed to be watermarked. It should have the state seal on it. You need to, hold it up to the light. Make sure it's on there before you put it in the machine, because that's one of the things that people need to recognize. Hey, this is a real ballot. Because if you get one up and it doesn't have a watermark, you better ask a question right then and there.
Los, it's time. It's time, Los.
I heard that.
Get out and vote. Glancing on it.
What?
I don't know. It's like my
What's the alarm for? It's 6:10.
Well, apparently I hit the snooze button at 5 o'clock, and apparently it's just been getting snoozed over and over again.
I love it.
It's an alarm that says it's inherently racist that people didn't vote, so I need to send in all my mail-ins.
I was like,
you've been hitting snooze since 5.
I guess.
Boy.
I've been awake longer than that.
Goodness gracious. Democrats today are trying to figure out who to blame for this expected loss of Kamala Harris tomorrow, and they've narrowed it down. According to The Hill, they've narrowed it down to 2 specific things that killed her momentum during the campaign. The first was her choice of Tim Walz. It's reportedly the only one that she actually has made the entire campaign, and of course it's been a freaking disaster. It's the worst possible pick that you could have made. And then the second one is the fact that RFK came out and endorsed Trump. Not necessarily, in their opinion at The Hill, is it because he made the endorsement. It's when he made the endorsement, the day after the DNC, and it wiped away all of her momentum, and that's where they're blaming her loss.
So it's RFK's fault that the Democrats kept him out of a primary. He could have been their candidate because they had a man who is in charge of this country, apparently still, who could not function, couldn't get through a debate, completely collapsed, and they decided there's no way we're going to allow anybody to primary this man. This is our installed candidate. Then instead of allowing him, they install somebody else. Yeah, that's their fault. That's not anybody else's fault, especially RFK's, for looking for the right to be on a ballot.
Not that you guys are into watching football. I mean, outside of college football.
Hold up. I watched all day yesterday. Thank you very much.
All right, you're back over to the dark side with
I'm
me.
back in.
Yes, come on in. The water's fine. But if you remember last year's Super Bowl, there was only one person who spent money on an ad. It's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He was running ads during the Super Bowl, basically introducing himself.
I didn't remember that.
And it's a whole lot of money in order to be able to do that. So the idea that he was running ads on Super Bowl Sunday, and by the time that he realizes that this game is wildly rigged, and oh, by the way, I'm going to throw my support behind the group that doesn't want to keep the game rigged the way it was, that is how that really turned. That is how you got those, call it 10%, 18%, 15%, whatever the number was of Democrats that wanted to vote for him, them realizing maybe I've made a mistake by staying with this party.
Yeah, the Hill is just, they're at a loss as to why Kamala was allowed to pick Tim Walz. They're like, they let her choose one thing, and she got it so wrong.
But he's a man, damn it.
Well, no, he claps with 2 hands and waves with 2 hands.
No, but he wears a flannel tug and a hunter's hat.
You're right.
Why did he
like Elmer Fudd?
Yes.
It looks so crisp and out of the packaging.
Why did he kick his leg out the other day while he was waving with both hands?
I don't know, dude. I can't explain anything he does.
To your thigh. Just make an adjustment some way. I don't know.
I don't know why he does.
I mean, for the YouTube audience, if I did this.
Oh, do it.
Yay!
Yeah. You look like a 8th grade cheerleader.
You're probably going to say something wrong with that kid.
God, that was like Minnie Mouse at Disney when you come in. It was perfect. You could get a job down there at Disney if you just change your... Oh, well, you're a black lesbian. You're good.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm totally solid.
Everybody's good.
Well, Tim Walz is a huge mistake on her part then, if that's what it is. But that goes to show that she can't make any decisions.
Of course.
Because I think that was one of the worst candidates, not vetted out. You just proved that this woman can't make a decision without really critically thinking about who this person is. Because if you look into his background, you see there is nothing but a man who is just full of lies, but I guess that kind of works with her.
And dates. He likes to date Communist Party family members. That's another thing we're going to throw out there.
Well, imagine that this, because the vetting process did catch the whole stolen valor issue. They didn't have a problem with it. So imagine
just fine with it.
That when they're sitting in that room and they're going, listen, he's lied about his service as far as what he's done overseas.
Cares.
It'll be totally fine. No. You know why?
He's a man.
Because we have a problem with men, and he's a coach.
Yeah.
And he's from the Midwest, and this is going to work. Now, I've told you, I use this word without saying that you're homosexual. Tim Walz is gay, dude.
He's gay.
Like, he's not homosexual, but he is gay. And every dude out there listening to me knows exactly what that means. You're like, that dude ain't right, and he ain't a dude.
Yeah. I mean, I think the community that a lot of my friends in the gay community will call him down low. If anything, I mean, that would be, they'd look at him and be like, he might be down low gay. Just kind of hiding it from the rest of the family.
But that means actual homosexual, though, right?
No, you don't know.
So you're wondering then.
They're wondering about that man because that's the way he comes off.
But imagine if
he's not a man. But he doesn't come off as a man to me. He's not a dude.
But that's the problem. Like, they thought to themselves that this person who gives off all these crazy vibes is the one to stand up in front of men and say, that's why I should vote for Kamala Harris, because the person who's going to be right next to him and her is a dude. He ain't no dude.
I've never waved with two hands, ever. I cannot think of one time in my entire life I did. I mean,
unless
even
make it fun.
Yeah, exactly. When I make fun of Tim Walz. Anyway.
I don't even know if he's a coach. Like, I mean, I know that he was put on the team as a coach, but was he really a coach, or is he one of those guys that's like, hey, we need someone else to help the real coach? Can you go hand out stuff? Because this is a guy who can't even use football lingo to a man. When I'm sitting here watching and then seeing him talk to AOC and playing football with AOC and then saying we could run a great pick six, that is just, I mean, that right there would be like somebody coming up like, I love baseball. I was once playing and hit a touchdown.
And it goes back to it. It's inauthentic, okay? It's what we're going to be going back to. Now, we could be sitting back Wednesday morning going, wow, these people were so fake, and yet they won because the machine is what it is. And you're not really going against Harris and Walz. You're not. They're just the people that are at the top. It is this group, as far as this assortment of different people from different political perspectives led by Donald Trump versus the machine. And that's it. Yeah. And the machine is stronger than any one person. That's why we keep saying you got to get out and vote. You've got to do everything. You've got to overwhelm the machine. That's the only way to beat it. There's only one way that they felt that they could roll out Tim Walz and win. It's because they felt like the machine is stronger than any one candidate or any one VP pick.
It doesn't matter that he waves with both hands. The machine will take care of it. I mean, it's unbelievable to think anybody could look at Tim Walz and be like, yep, I'm going to vote for him for governor. Or, yep, I'm going to vote for him for vice president. This is going to make me believe that America is going to get back on the right track. We've not been doing all that well lately, but I know Tim Walz, he'll get us on the right track, Coach Will.
And the funny part is that even that does not matter to me. When I look at what he did as governor, was more concerning than anything else.
Yeah.
When you look at somebody who said, hey, well, let's be neighborly by calling if you see one of your neighbors out in the front lawn, and then I'll send the police to go ahead and shoot him with paintballs, that should be more concerning than anything else. But I think with most men, Carlos nails it. Like, you look at him and go, that's not a real dude. I don't want to hang out with that dude. I wouldn't want to have a beer with that dude. I can tell you that right now. But especially the policies that he put in place are even more concerning to me.
Get out and vote. If you've not yet voted, get out and vote. If there's people around you that have not gotten out and voted yet, get them out to vote. We're not kidding when we say the only way to win this is to overwhelm it, to make it too big to rig. That is the only way that Donald Trump wins tomorrow. The machine's going to take care of itself. Do not be overwhelmed by the machine. Get out and participate in the voting process. Former Congressman from the state of Georgia, Doug Collins, joins us next to talk about the election on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
You don't accidentally misplace money for Ukraine. You don't accidentally release billions to Iran right before they start funding wars. Trump is fighting against the people who have the ability to manipulate everything we see and hear. If you're still supporting Trump amidst one of the greatest indoctrinations in history, congratulations, you're smarter than they expected.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Shooting drills. A coach who knows the game can teach their team how to improve. But one who genuinely cares about each player
you have what it takes. We got this.
Can inspire them to win. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Hi, this is Bruce Hagen. And this is Matt Hagen. Hey, look, accidents happen, and that's when Hagen happens. And now, Hagen happens twice, because there's two of us.
We're here for you on what is probably your worst day, so that all the days ahead can be comfortable and taken care of properly.
We treat your personal injury case personally. You're not just a number to us. You're a human being, and we're going to treat you with the respect that you deserve.
Let us here at Hagen Law be your advocates. You can find everything you need to know at Hagen-Law.com.
Hagen-Law.com.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
Looking for bold discussions on vital issues? Tune in to The Janelle King Show every Saturday at 3 p.m. with an encore episode every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Xtra 106.3, where we dive into kitchen table topics that are essential for a strong republic. Don't miss an episode, but if you do, it's all good because we have new podcasts that drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out on these thought-provoking conversations.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. And now the security riddle of the day. When times get tough, where do you keep your stuff? Answer, in a quality safe from the Safe House, of course. Don't go to a big box store and get a fake safe. That would be as effective as Joe Biden's fake border policy. For over 30 years, the Safe House has been providing the best quality safes on the market. Brands like Browning, Fort Knox, and Champion. And with the largest selection of safes on display in Georgia, we're confident we can help you pick the right safe to fit your needs. So drop by our huge showroom or go to AtlantaSafehouse.com.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Monday, November 4th. Only one day left before Election Day, and in Georgia, over 4 million Georgians have participated in early voting. Nearly 56% of registered voters already have cast their ballots, leaving approximately 3 million registered voters yet to vote. Voters planning to vote on Election Day need to visit their designated polling place. Anyone in line by 7 is entitled to cast their ballot. Georgia Republicans and the Trump campaign are pursuing further legal action after alleging coordinated efforts by Democrat-heavy counties that accepted ballots after the early voting period ended. The lawsuit named 7 counties: Clayton, Cobb, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Fulton, Chatham, and Athens, Clark County. And in sports, Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins threw for 222 yards and 3 touchdowns as the first-place Atlanta Falcons handed the Dallas Cowboys their 3rd straight loss. The Falcons improved their record to 6-3 with a 27-21 win. They will head to New Orleans next week to take on the Saints at 1 p.m. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Xtra 106.3.
Doug Collins, former representative for the state of Georgia, joining us on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3. Doug, will the election be over early in your estimation, in your view? Can you make a call at this point? I know Georgia, we got a lot of momentum here.
Yeah, look, I think, good morning, guys. I think the election is going to be fairly early. I think because really your big states that you're looking at are all in the East or Central time zones. So if you're looking at Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We're going to have a good early read on those, as early as 8:30, 9 o'clock. You're going to start seeing the results start coming in. So I barring something unforeseen at this point, you're going to have a good idea of where this election's heading.
Yeah, let's hope so. Doug Collins joining us here on the Morning Extra, but there are a lot of states that have different rules when it comes to elections and certifying elections, including some of the mail-in ballots that we've seen we are having problems with. We know the Postal Service is a problem. So a lot of them have extended that for another few days to get some of the mail-ins in. Do you think that might affect some of the race times and what time they'd be able to call this?
Yeah, it could to a point, but that assumes a tight race. That assumes, a several thousand vote margin. And also then, the determination of how many of those mail-in votes actually are going to come back in. We've seen this here in Georgia before. We've seen it in other states. The question becomes, and I'm believing in Georgia in particular, I think the Trump lead is going to be large enough at, midnight, 1 a.m. that there's no possibility of, what could be, quote, outstanding could affect that in any way. I think you're going to see possibly the others. Pennsylvania could be a question mark. I think you're looking at some there. So you're going to have a good opportunity to say, okay, yes, could this tighten it up or could this actually overturn it? I think that's where the big key. But I agree with you, the post office, that is a complete, disaster that, after this election cycle, we've got to look at, the what's happening in Georgia in particular with our post office. We can't depend on the mail service anymore.
Former Congressman Doug Collins is our guest on the Morning Extra. And Congressman, I don't know if you got a chance to get a chance to see what came from the Bureau of Labor and Statistics as of this morning. 12,000 jobs. Imagine trying to run for re-election and being able to claim that there was a 12,000 job growth leading into the election. I think that has to just be completely problematic for Harrison Walls as of today.
As they say, that's Bidenomics. And there we go. I mean, look, it's also a reaction to what they did to actually try to bring inflation under control. This has been a concern for those of us who've looked at these numbers for a while. They, ramped up the interest rates. They clamped down on it, quote, trying to have a smooth landing, and then started to look at the problem was that some of the internal dynamics of debt, business debt, loan rates were not catching up. And, it's a concern if you've heard a lot of, people who do money and economy for a living say that especially with the treasuries, the 10-year treasuries at a high, that this could be a sort of a bounce-back recessionary or inflationary push. So I wouldn't want to be Harris this morning. Of course, I wouldn't want to have been Harris to start with. She has absolutely no idea what she's doing or how she's doing it. And Joe Biden's just, happy to get up in the morning and know that he's still president. So
is he?
Yeah. Well, it's the highest level staff work you've ever seen him do. Let's put it that way.
Right, yeah. Former Congressman Doug Collins joining us on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, not only with paltry job numbers, but then insulting men. Barack Obama did that. Women, Mark Cuban did that. And then Joe Biden, when he is at least available between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., he decided to call half the country garbage. I mean, these insults just keep coming, and they all backtrack, and they all apologize for it. Mark Cuban has issued an apology this morning, and he was trying to clarify, of course. This is not a way to win an election. I'm no, political strategist. I've never ran a campaign, but I can tell you when it ain't right.
Yeah, I've never found that insulting someone is a great way to endear them to yourself. I mean, it just doesn't seem to work. But again, they don't have a real plan. They're just mad. Here's what I got two. I think the two aspects of this. One is they're getting very frustrated. They had the coronation. They had every media rollout. They had everything working in their favor for the month of August. And then September happened, and they actually had, Vice President Harris actually had to start speaking. She actually had to start trying to answer questions to assure people that she was a functional candidate that could actually produce, more than just, the media talking more. And when that couldn't happen, it began to fall apart. As it has gotten worse, if you've noticed, there's two candidates out there running. There's one that is, whether you dislike or not, he's happy, he's running, he's having fun, he's making, he's laughing, he's hitting 2 to 3 states a day, he's doing interviews in between, and then you have the other candidate who just looks mad. And that's a visual they don't want, even worse than these job numbers. They don't want that visual, so they're lashing out in ways. But then the third one, Joe Biden, I just still truly believe that Biden is still upset about being kicked out of the ticket, and Jill Biden probably even more so than Joe Biden And because over the last 3 weeks, one time's a coincidence. One time, mistake. 2 times, something's wrong. When you've had 4 times in the last 3 weeks where he has overrode the messaging of the vice president, I think it's deeper than that.
Doug Collins joining us here on the Morning Extra. Yeah, the antithesis of what the Harris campaign is doing is exactly what Donald Trump has been doing, which is having fun with it, getting a garbage truck. But more than anything else, he has come up with a way, and I think the campaign is brilliant in finding other outlets rather than mainstream media. The Joe Rogan experience with Donald Trump when he did the interviews, and then with J.D. Vance yesterday, is a whole new way of reaching out to a lot of people and having good conversations. Do you see this changing in the future and politicians using more social media outlets rather than mainstream?
I believe so, yes, because especially from a conservative perspective, you're not getting, and as much as this pains me to say, because journalism is so important to our country, we're not getting a fair shake. I do a lot of media all over the country, every outlet. And after a while, I've actually also said in my own mind, there's just certain outlets and certain, I'm just not going on anymore. It's not because I'm afraid of the questions. It's because I don't get a chance to answer, or the biasness of the questions just don't present a conversation. They present a one-sided media talking. So this allows other, ways to get out. Not necessarily that every Joe Rogan voter is a Donald Trump supporter. I mean, it's just not there. But think about it. 80 million eyes or more. That's more than, your Super Bowl numbers here. I mean, these are things that you can't buy in a campaign ad. And so I do believe in the future. Also, the idea of broadcast television and putting money on broadcast television, there are companies out there right now that are doing amazing work in digital, the CCTV stuff, the other stuff that you're seeing where people actually use. That is the wave of the future. And if candidates don't understand that, candidates are going to get beat.
Former Congressman Doug Collins is our guest, and I want to go back to that discussion about Joe Biden, because I believe all the wheels that are currently in motion go back to 27 minutes in July. We had the situation where Joe Biden announced to the world he was no longer going to seek the nomination, and 27 minutes later, he put the tweet out, but Kamala Harris is the one. And I really feel like that was that moment of, you're kicking me out, but I'm going to suggest to everybody that you support this person that I know cannot win. What do you think about that theory?
It's a possibility. I think, look, the Democrats, the crazy part about this with the Democrats, if you look back over the year now, they knew Joe Biden was declining. They knew it. We knew it a year and a half out. Even Bob Woodward, there's a lot of documentation here. But what I believe they hoped for was that Joe Biden could get through the election, and then they didn't care, if that makes sense. If they didn't care, because then they would have longer to either help Harris get better or do something else. And they found out that they didn't feel like, they panicked. They did what I've seen, unfortunately, conservatives do many times. They have one event and they panic. And so he said, look, you want to get me out of here? You want to pull me out of it? Fine. I know what she's like. I know the reason that I picked her and the reason I haven't used her in a great deal of ways. Let it go at it. And then he just sort of took his hands off the wheel. And at that point, there's a reason she got less than 1%. Andrew Yang was beating her in the presidential primary race in 2020. Okay, there's a reason for that. So I think there's a lot of the Biden folks who are just watching this and privately smiling.
Former Georgia Congressman Doug Collins on the Morning Extra. Tug, Rhino, and Front Office Los. Going back to media a little bit, I'm sure you saw the Bezos story where all of a sudden he's like, well, the Washington Post has to be more fair and balanced. He sees exactly what we see and what you were talking about. He sees his investment turning into a liability for him, something that's going to continue to lose money. And this is his life ring, I believe, because there's nothing about Jeff Bezos that is fair and balanced. He's a lefty liberal. I mean, that's just what he is, and that's what he supports.
But he's also a businessman. And remember, the Post is a small portion of his empire. The big portion of his empire is what he built to start with, Amazon, and the other business he's built, and the Blue Origin, all the other stuff that went out there. And look, I think nobody else could have done this to the Washington Post. Nobody else could have said, look, guys, I own you. I'm owning this paper. We're gonna make a difference here, because journalists are self-feeding in that environment. Washington Post, Politico, Punch Bowl News, all those online newsletters, New York Times, Los Angeles Times, they're all self-feeding. They all go to the same parties. They all talk about the same things. They all want to stroke each other. And he's saying, look, he said, you have left yourself out of the national conversation. Nobody, frankly, in the state of Georgia cares what the Washington Post says. Nobody cares what the New York Times says because they view it, especially among conservatives, over half the country or more, even if they don't vote Republican, view it as, wait, you're pushing an agenda. So I think he was the only one that could actually say, look, we're going to get this straight, because also, and I think selfishly, I think he looked at his own other businesses and said, if I'm promoting something here that's contrary to most of what's going on in Washington, D.C., then my other businesses will suffer.
Yeah, I think J.D. Vance also brought up a good point about there are certain corporations that understand that we need the right direction for this country. Jeff Bezos, when Kamala Harris is talking about price gouging, the one place I think of more than anything else is a Whole Foods. So I would assume that a lot of these corporations are starting to take a look and say, hey, we do want a common sense approach to governing and working with government rather than falling to this woke ideology where it's destroyed some of these businesses.
Oh, I agree. And also the ignorance that it has about an industry, just not knowing about an industry. I mean, the grocery industry, the agricultural markets, and to come across and say that when you got most of your mainline grocery stores, even your mom and pops, operating 1% to 2% margins, 3% margins, you're just going after the wrong thing when you're not acknowledging the fact that inflation, cost of the inputs, and this is where I just believe I wish that they would open up an economics book, even read the first 2 chapters. You might get a little bit out of it. That input costs affect output costs. And when you have inflation and gas prices, energy prices, and labor costs running out, they're going to affect the bottom line. And, I mean, yeah, businesses understand this. They may privately talk about their outwardly facing, here's what we believe socially, but inwardly they know that if they can't make money, they don't exist.
Former Georgia Congressman Doug Collins is our guest on the Morning Extra. Now, I'm going to toot our own horn here, but then also tell you I firmly believe what you're talking about. We have a radio station. We make all of our stuff available for podcast. We have the biggest when it comes to the amount of time spent listening in this area. People listen to our radio programs for a very long time. And I believe that the long-form interview that the podcast environment is now providing, where you had Donald Trump do 3 hours, J.D. Vance did 3 hours with Joe Rogan, I think that's the future. When you talk about how to get in front of the media and how you're going to run campaigns moving forward, I think that you're exactly right. This is changing from network news to where else can I go get good information and long-form information.
Exactly. I've done a podcast now for several years. I enjoy it. I enjoy going on long form. My staff used to, even when I was in elected office, I used to enjoy doing radio and others much more than I did TV. I love doing TV, but as you well know, TV limits you. It's a minute and a half answer, 2 minutes. You have a 5 minute set. Radio, just like we're doing here or others, or podcasts, give you a chance to explain what you're talking about. And unfortunately, members of Congress, state legislators, politicians have gotten used to getting away with a minute and a half answer, and now they're going to have to learn, and I think it scares a lot of them, that they need to sit down and be able to explain what they're talking about. Whether we agree or disagree, there's a lack of political acumen. We see too many of our politicians still reading notes and speeches and stuff. It's like, no, folks, you need to talk to people. And that's why I think conservatives have sort of lost some of the younger market. We've got to get back because we just got to go and engage people and talk to them.
You can't just say, I'm from a middle-class family. Oh, wait, yes, I guess you can. Because that's
if I need to stop the conversation.
Exactly right. Former Congressman Doug Collins.
Excuse for everything. My wife is, the only thing is my wife is, I come from a one too, so it doesn't work real well.
I will tell you, my wife asked me the other day, she's like, how many beers you have with the guys? I said, I grew up in a middle-class family.
She can't ask that question.
Take out the garbage. Well,
how would you advise, 4 days out, Doug, how would you advise Kamala Harris? Man, she stepped in a whole bunch of, she stepped in a bunch of landmines. How would you advise her 4 days out? Because she needs all the help she can get.
Well, number one, I would say, keep going. You're doing great.
Right.
That'd be my first thought. But no, I think the problem that you have, and this has become a perception problem for everybody unless they're just so blue-eyed, they can't understand it. By their Democrat eyes, they can't see it. She's not connecting. She's coming across mad. Her own rallies, this is something that's unreported, guys. Have y'all noticed over the last little bit that almost every rally she has, that she is being shut down by hecklers? She is allowing hecklers to shut her down.
Yeah,
the protesters.
And she's yelling at them.
And she's yelling at them. Okay, think about this. God forbid next Tuesday night she becomes commander-in-chief. I'm still in the Air Force. Do I want her to get a call saying, we got a problem in the Red Sea, we got a problem in the Middle East, we got a problem here? And, because if she can't handle the stress of a campaign speech, how are you going to handle the stress of real world? And that really bothers me. But if she's going to try and break through, it has to come off and just be honest. Quit the word salad. Quit the fake accents. And just say, look, here's what I'm trying to do. But she's never owned anything because she really doesn't have a base except a very liberal base, which she understands nobody likes.
But can she be honest? Can she go out there and talk about the policies she wants to implement without really hurting herself?
Yeah, not anymore. In fact, if you go back to it, I think I was on it with an interview the other day, and I heard this, and it actually made sense that in history, when they rewrite this, they don't rewrite it, but when they write about the history of this election cycle, this person actually said that when she rolled out her economic agenda in August, that was the turning point for her defeat.
Yeah.
Because they had rushed this out. They had no agenda, and all of a sudden they go and give this great economic speech, and even Democrats said, oh, no, this is terrible. And then when it came to, and the second part of that was when it came to African-American males, which they're having a huge problem with in Georgia. That's going to be your interesting point. Here's a tidbit. If the number for African-Americans in Georgia voting falls under that 30% threshold, gets down as the 27%, I've got you one to look for on election night. Here's the super dog pick, if you would. Watch the 2nd District, Sanford Bishop's congressional district.
Yes.
That could be a pickoff for Wayne Johnson down there, and everybody's flown under everybody's radar down in that area. But that could happen. But when they offered to gain back African-American males, think about this. Here's your offer, an unconstitutional $25,000 or money to open a business, and we're going to legalize weed.
Yeah.
It's insulting.
God.
Yeah, it's so insulting.
Do you think they're just sitting around, these young men who went to college, they're trying their best, and that's what they believe young African-American males want?
Or they tell them that if you vote for Donald Trump, that you'll never get a woman to love you, which I thought was so great by the balloon popping.
Yeah, that's sort of sad in and of itself right there.
The only thing I would push back on you is the whole rewriting thing. Because, yes, they will rewrite. Did you not see them? They tried to rewrite what President Biden said the other night. They're rewriting everything they possibly can.
Well, yeah, rewriting is probably the best way to put it. You would hope they would write. Somebody will write history. The rewriting of history was they didn't let us do what we wanted to do.
Doug, thank you so much, man. We appreciate your time. Great conversation. Always welcome, and we look forward to having you again soon.
I look forward to that. Y'all take care, bye.
When we come back, the haymaker thrown by an ad starring the most important voice in conservative politics today. Next on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Xtra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
The urban culture of violence, and nobody talks about it. Civil rights leaders, no. Law enforcement, no. Politicians, no. The number one cause of death among young male blacks is young male blacks.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Xtra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Xtra 106.3 app.
Yes, the holiday season is here. I mean, you're ready for it. You're 3 weeks away from Thanksgiving. You're a month and 3 weeks away from Christmas. I mean, it's here. Holiday season is here. And the folks at Southern Exteriors are doing something truly special with the Home for the Holidays roof giveaway. Until the end of the month, November 30th, you have a chance to nominate a deserving family in need of a brand new roof just in time for the holidays. So many families are facing hardship and don't have that solid, intact roof over their head. Maybe leaks. It just needs to be repaired or even replaced. That's what Southern Exteriors wants to do. If you know a deserving family in need of that roof, you can nominate them at southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co. Southern Exteriors, where home means more.
I've been with EMC Security for over 10 years, and their service and support are always fantastic. There's nothing better than a business that understands that great service earns loyalty, unlike companies that rely on contracts. Plus, their prices are unbeatable, and they're always focused on solving any issues quickly.
It's time to experience long-term satisfaction and true customer care. EMC Security, exceeding customer expectations since 1998. Visit emcsecurity.com for a free quote.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the podcast park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
Key account pricing manager positions offered by Kuhn & Nagel Incorporated in East Point, Georgia. Enhance and refine the freight forwarding pricing strategies for key accounts, ensuring competitiveness and maximizing profitability. Actively seek and secure valuable business opportunities and offer leading-edge freight forwarding solutions to contribute to the account's growth. Please apply via email at mary.boruchene-nagel.com.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Extra 106.3 is proud to be your conservative voice in Atlanta, and we offer a huge slate of original podcasts. Head over to thepodcastpark.com and grab the podcast that you love, all presented by Associated Credit Union.
Doug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. There is so much to talk about today. We're going to try to get to it all and welcome anything that you would like to input at 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. Tomorrow, obviously, we'll be doing a big evening time program after the Morning Extra. We're going to come back at 6, and this is going to be election coverage wall to wall, boys.
I'm excited about it. This is going to be a culmination of 4 years of us sitting around talking about what could possibly happen, who is going to run for president. We didn't even know at one point that Donald Trump, we thought maybe he would go again, but we didn't even know. I'm really excited about this, but I can't believe it's here already.
This is a finish line of sorts, but then no matter what happens, then you put your helmet on, you go back to work. You know, everything has been moving towards this evening for the better part of 4 years, for almost 3 years of me doing the show with you guys, and now it's finally here. And we've had things we've been excited about, we've had things we've been disappointed about, and we get a culmination, hopefully, and then we put our helmet on, we go back to work, no matter what happens.
No matter what happens, the good Lord's still in charge. That's the thing that I rest with every night. I can put my head on the pillow knowing that. And it doesn't matter. Do I know who I want to win? Of course. But it doesn't matter because I feel like the prophecy from the Bible tells me all I need to know. That's where I rest my head. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't take part in the process. And I think that is a big time message that needs to be shared with young men, because that's a vital part of Trump's voting base, and one that typically gets a little flaky, and that those Christians, same way, you need to be engaged in the political process.
Yeah, I think you really need to look at every avenue of how the person that you're voting for will affect your life, and make sure that what they're doing is protecting you, not doing things for you. And I think that's where the message gets mixed up with Democrats. It's not about what the government is supposed to do for you. It's what you are supposed to be protected for the government. Yes, they're supposed to build certain infrastructure for interstate travel. Yes, they're supposed to protect your borders. Who's doing that? It's not Kamala Harris. It's not President Biden. And it's definitely not the Democrats right now making sure that your vote's protected.
Well, I think if we want to talk about the difference in the last 8 years, from 2017 to 2020, your life was largely just left alone. Things were made better for you. You were making more money. Your dollar went further. You didn't have a regular basis of wondering, hey, is my son or daughter who's in a war zone, are they coming home because they're in a war zone? It's like there's things that were just not a factor. Now you see what the federal government has done. You're supposed to be voting for the people that'll give you in a situation where you don't feel them every day.
That's right. You should not have any interaction with them, truly.
You should not be worrying about what the president is doing that is affecting you on a daily basis. That is not where the office is supposed to be. And the fact that it's been that way for the past 4 years is a huge government overreach.
I don't recall who I heard say it, but I thought it was genius.
Probably me.
May have been. It's most likely.
Or maybe Joe. I don't know.
Could have been either of you. Maybe Rhino. Who knows? But no, it was a commentary that I was reading or listening to over the weekend, and they were talking about if you feel that the person in the presidency is going to have that much effect on your life, then we've done something wrong.
Yeah. I had a discussion with a Democrat, and I talked about some of these Kamala Harris policies, and I brought up the whole idea of taxing unrealized capital gains. This person looked at me like I had three heads, and that's when I recognized, I know you went to go vote, but you have no idea what you're voting for. Mm-hmm. You know, just the idea of talking about that one idea. These are far-reaching, long implications if this person gets in office and they're able to facilitate power the way they want to. These are things that will touch you every day. The presidency should not be touching you on a daily basis.
No, they are supposed to be protecting you on a daily basis, and I'm fine with that. But I think that's where we really go wrong with falling into the trap of emotion, and we see it so many times that they can lie to you over and over again. Trump is Hitler. His entire base are a bunch of fascists. They're going to turn the military on you the day he gets in office. If you're believing all of that, then you're the problem. You're the problem for not putting that in check and saying, hey, this is ridiculous. There are many times I have to say, hey, that's a stupid thing a Republican said. And I think that, we're fair about when Buddy Carter comes on. Yeah, most radio stations will get on his case and say, or not get on his case and just kind of flow through. We're going to ask those questions and we're going to give him a hard time. And hey, credit to him, he keeps coming back for it. But the reality is, that's what we need. We need to be challenging these people we're electing to say, are you doing what we elected you to do? That's why I think right now, especially if you're going out to vote tomorrow, I hope you're looking at the Senate and the House races, no matter where you are in this country, because I know people listen on the app all over the country. I hope that you're looking down ballot and saying, hey, this is what we need here in this state. We need these people to protect all of us by making sure that they're doing the right thing and that we're passing good legislation.
I want y'all to hear this haymaker, this ad that was thrown, Los, that has the most important voice in all of conservative media on the narration.
It is images of Donald Trump, but it's narrated by Tucker Carlson. And it is so good. Freaking good when he's laying out the argument. And again, you're not going to get the images, and that's fine. You don't need them. You're just having Tucker Carlson lay out the argument for Donald Trump. Take a listen.
Millions of Americans sincerely love Donald Trump. They love him in spite of everything they've heard. They love him often in spite of himself. They love Donald Trump because no one else loves them. The country their ancestors fought for over hundreds of years has left them to die in their unfashionable little towns, mocked and despised by the sneering half-wits with finance degrees but no actual skills who seem to run everything all of a sudden. Whatever Donald Trump's faults, he is better than the rest of the people in charge. Donald Trump, in other words, is and has always been a living indictment of the people who run this country. That was true when Trump came out of nowhere to win the presidency, and it's every bit as true right now. Trump rose because they failed. It's as simple as that. If the people in charge had done a halfway decent job with the country they inherited, Donald Trump would still be hosting Celebrity Apprentice. But they didn't. Instead, they were incompetent and narcissistic and cruel and relentlessly dishonest. They wrecked what they didn't build. They lied about it. They hurt anyone who told the truth about what they were doing. That's true. We watched. America is still a great country, the best in the world, but our ruling class is disgusting. A vote for Trump is a vote against them. That's what's going on in this country.
Here.
That is so succinctly put.
Where'd you see it? Because yesterday I saw this on NFL coverage, and I was surprised. It was in a lot of the ads on, and I saw it Saturday, too, in some of the college games. But more than anything else, I mean, yesterday, we're playing the Cowboys. I saw so many commercials about Colin Allred and Ted Cruz, and I saw this one, and I got goosebumps. And I got goosebumps again because it's so straight to the point.
It's just the idea that this person is from outside of the game, they're outside of the machine, and the machine mocks you on a regular basis. They think that your life is trivial and it's funny and it's something that
they hate the fact that they have to answer to you because of that.
Absolutely. They look at you as you are the piggy bank, and how hard can I squeeze you, piggy? Well, here comes this other guy who doesn't need the machine, he doesn't even take money when he had the job. All right, he didn't take any of his pay as president because he's so wealthy, and he won't play the game with them. And so that is the challenge here. That's all this comes down to tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hate him. They hate him, and they hate you, too.
Well, they hate the American people.
That's what I'm saying. They hate you,
because he's
too.
a representative of the American people. He said, I've had enough. I'm a businessman. I've had enough.
And I think all of us have had enough of the last 4 years. Anybody that, please, if you want more of the last 4 years to continue, 404-741-1230.
Yeah, but look at my 401k.
That's right, exactly.
It looks so good in comparison. I know my groceries are up by 30%, but Kamala Harris did it all for me.
And the amazing thing about that 401k is
David, recognize I'm a man.
It's going to be worth half of what that number is showing
What about
you because
inflation?
everything is so much more expensive. You need double everything that's in your 401k.
They told me inflation is transitory and it won't be lasting that long.
It's down.
That's what Janet Yellen told me.
Telling you, they've gotten it wrong. If you want more of it, please let us know because we want to know why. When we come back, the unfortunate twist with mail-in ballots in the state of Georgia next on Extra 106.3.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
The left is going nuts about this McDonald's thing.
Remember during the worshiping of St. George Floyd when all the Democrats got together, wore African scarves, bent down on the knee, and bowed their heads in prayer
Cultural
to a
appropriation.
drug-dealing, almost a pregnant woman murderer?
Yeah.
That wasn't staged at all.
Yep.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Hurricanes, floods, and war in the Middle East remind us how critical it is to be prepared. Now is the time to visit True Prep and prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. If you're unsure where to start, True Prep's knowledgeable staff is here to assist. True Prep is also your one-stop shop for firearms, including a huge selection of AR-15s, firearm accessories, plus the cheapest ammo in town. Visit True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway or online at trueprep.com. That's TRUprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow.
Are you the type of consumer that likes to do your research before you choose a company? Well, then you need to join Dan Watkins, Chris Lolamy, and myself, Jim Niarchos, every Saturday morning at 9 for the All Four Seasons Home Show. We only vet local businesses with a proven history of integrity, competence, and solid customer service. The All Four Seasons Home Show helps you make a good consumer decision, save money, and not get ripped off. You can also follow our podcasts on Apple, Google, and Spotify. The All Four Seasons Home Show, Saturday mornings at 9, right here on Extra 106.3.
Insurance companies know that you don't know a lot about the law, so maybe it would be better just to let your lawyer make the call to the insurance company when there's a problem. David Van Sant should be that lawyer. He used to work for the insurance company. He knows who to call, what to say, and he has your best interest at heart. Plus, if you don't get paid, either does he. Van Sant Law, 855 GA Injury or vansantlaw.com.
Life takes a toll on our bodies. No way around it. Whether it's sitting hours on end at your computer or working a physical job, over time, your body pays the price. There is, however, an effective way to turn back the clock on pain. Relief Factor. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor helps support your body's response to inflammation. The difference, instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it for good. And it's 100% drug-free. If the pains that come with living a full life are affecting you, do as so many others have. Turn back the clock on pain with Relief Factor. Their 3-week quick start is just $19.95, less than $1 a day. When you feel good, it's amazing how much more you get out of life. So visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Try it for only $19.95. While we can't stop aging, not yet, we can stop pain. Turn back the clock with Relief Factor.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on this station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to firstlibertyga.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
Just one day before the election. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and many Americans have already cast their ballots.
We have record-setting early voting, numbers that nobody's ever seen before. Can you believe that?
Former President Trump in Georgia, more than 77 million people have voted early, nearly half of all the votes cast in the 2020 election. Vice President Harris touted unity over division campaigning in Michigan.
And let us do it with the spirit of knowing the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us.
Harris is focusing her final efforts on Pennsylvania today. She's holding 3 rallies in the Keystone State, including a concert in Philadelphia with major A-list celebrities like Lady Gaga, Oprah, and Ricky Martin.
That's Fox's Brooks Singman. The former president will also campaign today in Pennsylvania, the biggest prize of the toss-up states, going to Reading and Pittsburgh. He'll start the day with a morning rally in Raleigh, North Carolina, where Fox's Aisha Hasni is among the Trump supporters lined up.
Some of them have been out here since 3 o'clock in the morning, and I've been talking to so many folks here in North Carolina. Some of these folks have been telling me there's a lot of, I guess, nostalgia. People feel a little sentimental because this is the last Trump rally in North Carolina. As the former president has said, he's not going to run again.
Well, the final Trump rally of the campaign will be tonight in Grand Rapids, Michigan. More problems in flood-ravaged Spain. More rain has halted train service today amid a disaster that's left more than 200 people dead and many more feared missing in the devastation. The music industry is mourning the passing of a legend, Quincy Jones. He produced Michael Jackson's Thriller and helped many other stars make music for over decades, from Frank Sinatra to Ray Charles and more. Jones also made award-winning music for TV and movies. He got honorary Academy Awards. He won 28 Grammys. Quincy Jones also in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He died at his Los Angeles home at the age of 91. America's listening to Fox News.
An official message from Medicare.
Couple more minutes, and we'll start this month's book club.
You know, I usually love a plot twist, but this year, I'm comparing my options during Medicare open enrollment.
You can't assume your current health or drug plan is the best one for you.
And you gotta make sure your drugs are covered. That's important.
So is saving money.
Review all your options at Medicare.gov. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The big wireless carriers want you to overpay for data you don't need, but you don't have to settle for that. With Pure Talk, you get to choose how much data you actually want. For just $25 a month, enjoy unlimited talk, text, and 5 gigs of data, plus mobile hotspot. Stop overpaying and switch to Pure Talk today. Dial pound 250 and say the keyword Pure Talk to switch and save 50% off your first month with Pure Talk. Dial pound 250 and say Pure Talk for an additional 50% off.
Align your business with other like-minded conservatives by advertising on Xtra 1063. Email sales at xtra1063.com.
Doug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. Thanks for being here. 404-741-1230, day before the election. Even though half of the state has already voted, it's still the day before the election, and it's still a big deal. Still need to get out there and vote. It is so vitally important for the direction of the country and the country that your kids and grandkids will inherit. Like, I don't think that gets talked about nearly enough. Like, everybody's living in the moment, and I think it's good to live in the moment for sure. But looking ahead to what Liam will inherit, Rhino, and those what your daughters are going to inherit, and then what my son is going to inherit, and then their kids, like what becomes of this country. And that's what is on the line when you're voting for either the machine in Kamala Harris. You can change out, we've noticed, maybe if you hadn't paid attention, you can change out the person at the head of the machine. Mm-hmm. It does not matter. The machine continues to drive itself. Or you get the disruptor with Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think a lot of this hinges on what the American people see as the true threat to the republic. And I think a lot of people have opened up their eyes. I am pleasantly surprised about the amount of black voters, Hispanic voters, and others that have been grouped and broken apart in the Democrat Party and said, hey, we're working for you. Hey, we're working for you. And then them all going, but wait. You haven't. We had Barack Obama for 8 years, and where are we? You're telling me that we're supposed to be better off today after having that kind of policy, and Barack Obama was way smarter than you, Kamala Harris, or at least came off as way smarter than you.
Politically savvy, for sure.
Yeah, so what makes me believe that you're actually going to do something for the people that you continue to pander to?
Well, this is a standards election for me, and what is the standard you're going to accept? Because part of what got Donald Trump out of office was the regular American life was thrown so haywire by COVID that the idea, the seductive leg of, I'll bring everything back to normal, that was Joe Biden's pitch. And enough people said, okay, that sounds like a good idea. My life has been turmoil for the better part of 9 months. Let's do this. Now, what is the standard that you have Kamala Harris offering? More of the same.
High grocery prices, high gas prices.
With more people coming into the country, with the idea of keeping your borders largely open and unchecked, with the fixation with the trans movement and the increase of it. I mean, this is a standards election. It's like, and my question ends up becoming, it's that people become so tribal. My wife is tribal. She knows this isn't working for her. But in order to be a good Democrat, she's like, oh, I'll go pull the lever for Kamala Harris. Because that's what she's supposed to do. Are we going to see a shift in the voting demographics? Because the polling tells you that's what's supposed to happen, but people get tribal.
Truth is the most important thing, right? At the end of the day, who's telling you the truth? You'd have the standard be the truth for me. That's always the standard, right? Where am I getting the truth? Where am I getting real information? Because you had Barack Obama, which you brought up, Rhino, out campaigning this weekend for Kamala Harris. And these are the same people that say, we want to make sure that no one's being led by misinformation. Yeah. And yet, while he's out there, goes back to there's fine people on both sides. We know that's not the truth, yet he's spreading it. So the people that want to police misinformation are the ones spewing it the most.
But that works for them, and it continues to work for them because nobody's going to question them anymore, especially their base. Their base doesn't question. So when you start seeing the breakdown, because there still is a breakdown, men are going to go more for Donald Trump, women are going for Kamala Harris. And there's just this kind of war between the sexes at this point on who the candidate is for each one of them, which I think is ridiculous. We should be looking at what's keeping all of us safe, our families safe. But yeah, they're not going to stop with the lies. Nobody ever calls them on it. The mainstream media is not going to call on them to stop lying. So why would they continue? Why would they not continue the lies?
See, there's two different views of this. There is the side that you currently have Donald Trump on, where it's almost like petting the head of the other side. They're cute. They've got bad ideas. It's very Ronald Reagan-esque. You know, here's a Democrat. Listen, they're just so misinformed and they're so confused. And largely that has not changed. The other side is looking at our side and going, they're all demons and they deserve to die. Now, I'm not going to say it in so many words, but I'm going to tell you that they're the worst people ever.
Because occasionally it does happen.
We do talk about trying to put them away in prison. Again, I still give you the number that you had more than half of Democrats who were polled who believe that I should go and be put in a camp because I wouldn't take their shot and I should have my kids taken away. That was just 2.5 years ago. They thought I should go to a camp and have my kids taken away because I wouldn't take their shot.
And if you don't believe that to be the case, look at what they did around the world. Australia, New Zealand, they absolutely put people in camps. Yeah. They would like to do that here.
You see the divergent view of we're treating them like the pet cat that's just kind of a little bit weird, a little bit zany, and they're treating us like Hitler.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're the ones that chased people down on the beach and tackled them. They're the ones that Tim Walz
shot paintballs
and had the police. So when I see in my mind, because a lot of people are like, well, how can you think this way? Or how can I think that way? I bought a house. I live on my property. I'm paying them extra in property taxes. God knows how much I've already paid them in that. They could take that at any time. And then I have somebody like Tim Walz who says, I'm going to send the police out. Yeah, I understand why I need my Second Amendment right, because, yeah, there are certain situations, don't tell me there aren't, where somebody like a governor turns the police on his own citizens, has neighbors calling each other. That is, as a Jew, sounds scary to, to me, that I saw this, and this is the reason why you can't find my family history past World War II.
This is a reduction, and if it applies to you, I'm sorry, but at some point you do need a dad in the room to tell you how it is. Like when I think about my vote, it's based on the idea of individual rights, individual freedom, the Bill of Rights, the ability to avoid censorship, to stay out of foreign wars. And I would like an economy that works for everyone in terms of, I don't care if you're the ultra rich or I don't care if you're the poor. This is attacking us all, this inflation, the same way. Now, that's my stance. Your stance is, I want to be able to kill my baby.
Yeah.
And so you understand that I view as a simpleton. Now, you might say, it's my body and it's my right. But if that's all you're caring about, that you're willing to put warmongers and people that have wrecked the economy and the people that have wrecked when it comes to immigration, if you're willing to take 10 million illegals that are flooding this country and are causing problems all over the place and say, well, at least I got abortion, you're the problem.
And to add to
Not
that,
me. You're the problem.
Right, no question. That's exactly right. But if you go back and just talk about what you did prior to they wanted to take your job away if you didn't take the shot. They wanted to put you in camps if you didn't take the shot. No one was yelling my body and my right at that point.
No.
Where were those same people that were so concerned about their body and their right?
Well,
they're actually on the flip side. They wanted you in the camp.
Exactly. That's the hypocrisy of the Democrats. They say one thing but don't realize how it would affect them if the roles were reversed. If I talk to a Democrat, one of the things I do now, I say, okay, so you're cool with packing the Supreme Court? Yeah, absolutely. So when Trump wins and packs the Supreme Court, well, no. Well, why not? You were all for it. You're running on that. I agree with Carlos more on the abortion issue is such a strange issue to me. I know it's emotional. I know it works, but it works on the weak-minded. The reality of it is abortion is legal in this country. You just may have to go find it because it's a state right. So just like if my son were to get brain cancer, we're going to the Mayo Clinic up in Minnesota. We're going somewhere else to get that taken care of because I know that's the best care we have. I don't like the fact that this is related to abortion in that regard, but at the same time, I'm more worried about my fundamental rights. When Kamala Harris tells me, I'm a gun owner, I'm not going to take your guns, but then on media everywhere else says, I'm taking all your guns and it's mandatory and I'm going to come in your house and I'm going to see how you're handling them, this, that, the other, and all those things. That's scary to me. You're starting to take away real rights.
I do wonder if there are Democrats, if there are independents who are listening to this radio program and who have not voted yet or plan on voting today or voting tomorrow. And I want you to be left with this message in your mind. This is our last election. And it's not because of Donald Trump. It's not because he's going to take power and he'll never leave it. That's feeble-minded silliness. That's not how it is. You already lived through the man lost an election and he left office. Why I say this and why this is our last one, if Harris gets in as somebody who didn't even go through a primary, as somebody who was selected,
never received a vote,
you will never have another situation where the Democrats go, well, let's primary it and see who our voters pick.
No, of course not.
They'll say, we can pick who we want. We know what the machine knows. You will know.
The example's already been set.
You will have the illusion of elections because this is an illusion of an election. There is a doddering old man sitting in D.C. or maybe in Delaware with 14 million votes to his name. She didn't get one, and yet he's sitting on the sidelines going, why don't I get to run?
And the funny part is he would have had more than 14 million if the progressive left and their warmongers, the ones that, decided to sit out because we're in the middle of a war with Israel and the protesters, he would have had even more votes than that.
Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3 here in the state of Georgia. A judge says that you can hand in your mail-in ballots. It doesn't matter if they get there on time or anything like that, Rhino. Just go ahead and hand them in. We're good.
I don't understand how any judge can sit and look at this and not see the hypocrisy in the fact that they say they can't change any rules because it's too close to the election. And then the day before the election make a ruling on Sunday that, yeah, it's okay that they reopened on weekends. We were told that there's too much work. These people can't work on weekends that they're not supposed to. It's too much for these people. But yet the Democrats in 7 different counties, Democrat counties, decide, yeah, no, we can open it up on Saturday and get these absentee ballots in. This is another form of election interference.
And there's no way to get this right. Once it's done, it's done. It's like the Chinese voter, the Chinese national that voted at the University of Michigan. Like, they've said, yep, illegal, we're going to punish him, but yeah, his vote counts. Yeah. Just like those same ones that weren't turned in on time, those are going to count just the same, even though they shouldn't.
I said it last hour, I'll reiterate it again. They play on your emotions. Because if I was to look at Tug Howard and say, well, don't you care about voting? Don't you care about people's rights? Don't you care about democracy? I, as the dad in the room, cares about deadlines. And once we have a deadline, that is over with. And so the idea that, well, we've got these votes and they came in late, but we need to count it because it's in the interest of democracy. Don't you care about democracy? Don't you care about freedom and Jesus and apple pie and the bald eagle?
Yeah.
No, there are rules here for a reason. Most of them are influenced
to
by the
protect
state
all
laws.
those things that you just talked about, apple pie in America and the bald eagle.
So, seeing that we are having an issue in Cobb County and they weren't able to get absentee ballots or mail-in ballots out in time to a lot of our service members, I'm assuming that they're going to go by the same rule and say, you know what, let's extend it to allow those votes to come in. Unless, of course, they know that most of those votes are going to go for the candidate that they don't want in place. So I don't think that they're going to extend the amount of time that anybody from overseas that's fighting for this country right now, I don't think they're going to extend their time for them.
Or even get them the absentee ballot to begin with, which we'll get to.
This is another drop box. This is a way to get around the drop box idea. That's what this is. For Cobb County and others, and the 7 counties that allowed them to open on Saturday and Sunday, this is a way, because they lost their drop boxes, this is a way for them to get that back.
We've done so far what we can. Like, I voted on October 15th, the very first day, get out and vote, and there was a line around the corner in my county, and largely that has remained every single time I've driven past the polling place. We've done what we can there. Now it's the finishing kick. It's like, get organized, and we even saw this with Elon Musk, and people were getting upset over the weekend about how he's paying to bus. It's like, let's get people organized, and let's bus them to the polls for Tuesday. Oh, you're not allowed to do that? Damn it, if I didn't see a bunch of billionaires doing some silly stuff in 2020, it's totally allowed to. In fact,
they never called out Zuckerberg. They never called out Soros. None of that.
Your money, based on what a Supreme Court ruling is, your money is your voice. All right? Yeah. You can choose to express it however you want. And so part of me, as with my kids being home from school tomorrow, it's wondering, all right, after we're done with the show, who needs a ride to the poll? I don't have anything I got to worry about. I will drive y'all around.
I'm gonna take you. No, it's. I think it's great, and the fact that the Democrats right now are losing their mind over it. They know that they can't keep up with it. They don't have the resource anymore, or at least they don't have the visible resource that they can show that they can do what Elon Musk is doing.
Well, yeah, because organizations like Act Blue and Fair Fight, that Stacey Abrams, they are so financially in trouble because they don't know how to run a business, run anything, and they're really stealing money from the people that they keep taking it from, don't have that money anymore. That's a big problem. They got sued so many times. The reality of what they're doing right now is they're sowing doubt. They're sowing doubt.
For sure. That's
because if they're able to pull this off, if it is as close as the polls say, and Kamala Harris wins, they don't want anybody questioning it. They don't want you to question it. So they're telling you right now, if you try, they're going to jail you. They're going to put you away.
They've already proven it.
There's only one person, the Biden-Harris administration, who, no matter what they say about Donald Trump, they're the ones who weaponize the military to be able to take care of any protesters against them. That's what that's really about. They're the ones who put that law into effect. So go and look at that, because they will turn on the American people. If you question what happened, if you question why so many ballots were dropped overnight, or in Pennsylvania where people are like, why are these trucks going in and out of polling places? What are they dropping off? Why are they walking in? We don't know what they are. They may be nothing, but we can't even ask those questions anymore.
It's going to be fascinating to see how people feel tomorrow night, because Rhino's going to be downtown, and he'll be with the governor and a whole lot of other important people. I'll be over in the north end of Georgia with another watch party, and obviously we'll have Command Central here. But the idea of the buzz in the room, because this really shouldn't be close.
No, it should be a landslide.
This is somebody in Kamala Harris who's been running for 60 days, and in the last 15 has actually had to show you who she is. Mm-hmm. And all she's done is she shows you she's not really good at doing this, and she shows you her teeth.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because even Axios, the leftist outlet Axios that's owned by the same parent company as the AJC, they've called her the no-comment candidate. That's their reporting. They're saying we've been asking her for months and months and months to clarify her policies, and she will not, whether on fracking or on immigration or on the economy and unrealized capital gains, or on the Second Amendment.
Adding to your gun control agenda? Yeah, I think it's a great idea. But I mean, listen, I don't think we lack for great ideas. As I've said many times, we've been having great ideas for decades. The problem is that Congress has not had the courage to act. And that is why, from the beginning, I have said my agenda includes attempting to get Congress to act, but if they don't within the first 100 days of my administration, I'm going to take executive action. Because what we need is action.
Action on taking your guns in a mandatory buyback. Those are the questions that everybody wants answered, and the leftist media Axios can't even get them.
Congress won't take action because it's unconstitutional.
Well, first of all, right.
Let's be real. It's unconstitutional. What she wants, when they talk about throwing away the Constitution, that Donald Trump is going to rip up the Constitution and throw it away, everything she said, everything Tim Walz continues to tell me is unconstitutional. That's why everything gets thrown out by the Supreme Court that they want to pack so they don't have to go by the Constitution.
Tug, if I was to offer you a happy kick to the groin.
Oh.
Which means I'm going to smile while I'm doing it. That sounds good, right?
Yeah, well, not really.
It's a happy kick to the groin.
I mean, it's better than a mad one, I guess.
Because the media will tell you, she's not for seizing your guns.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's a mandatory buyback program.
And yet...
That's different.
We're going to give you money. Your own money back.
She's been saying how she's a gun owner. And then yesterday, she decides to tell the truth.
You're going to take a happy kick to the groin, Tug. Happy.
Yeah.
And smile.
She doesn't own a gun, and she never worked at McDonald's. More lies by her. I don't believe a thing she says.
Right.
No one else should either.
7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you're in an accident, make the right call, vansantlaw.com. Kamala answers your questions differently depending on who you are and where your voting precinct is. Next, after headlines on Xtra 106.3.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
You don't accidentally misplace money for Ukraine. You don't accidentally release billions to Iran right before they start funding wars. Trump is fighting against the people who have the ability to manipulate everything we see and hear. If you're still supporting Trump amidst one of the greatest indoctrinations in history, congratulations, you're smarter than they expected.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
Hi, this is Bruce Hagen.
And this is Matt Hagen.
And at Hagen Law, family matters.
We're not just lawyers. We're a father and son team committed to providing personalized legal representation for our clients.
And it's important to me that we are a family-run business. If you've been in an accident or injured, make us your first call. We treat every case with the care and attention it deserves.
With over 50 years' experience of helping people, we are here to guide you every step of the way through your personal injury case.
Hagen Law is a family firm where family matters, and we're going to treat you like your family.
You can find everything you need to know at Hagen-Law.com.
The end of the year is closing in, and with it, another tax year comes to an end. As you prepare to file your taxes, consider the efficiency of your tax strategy. Have you maximized your IRA and Roth contributions? Do you have an RMD strategy in place? Are you making moves now to maximize your future tax-free income? Not only is the year-end fast approaching, but the 2017 tax cuts sunset at the end of 2025, placing many Americans in a higher tax bracket. Don't just report your taxes, plan for them. Contact Master Plan Retirement Consultants now to create a retirement plan specifically designed for you. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation where we can illustrate your retirement outlook and create a plan together for your future. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlantis Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth, or they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there, napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans Automatic, 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. 404-263-7733. It's AtlantaSmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. AtlantaSmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. AtlantaSmiles.com.
Georgia, are you ready to stand up for our values and our future? The Georgia Republican Party is committed to protecting our families, our freedoms, and our way of life. From supporting law enforcement to defending our constitutional rights, we are fighting for you every day. Join us in advocating for lower taxes, better schools, stronger communities, and together we can ensure that Georgia remains the land of opportunity for all. In the upcoming 2024 and 25 elections, we're dedicated to informing, educating, attracting, and inviting all Georgians to vote Republican at every level, state, local, and federal. Get involved. Visit our website at gagop.org to learn how you can support our local candidates and initiatives. Let's make our voices heard, because in Georgia, we believe in hard work, family values, and the American dream. Stand with us, the Georgia Republican Party. Stand for Georgia. Learn more by visiting gagop.org.
Let me ask you, if you're anything like my family, you have shoe boxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories that you'd love to share with the family this Christmas, right? Tanya and I cherish our old family videos. We love the fact that we can watch these together thanks to Legacy Box. Right now, get exclusive access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for up to $9 per tape. That's right, $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, High 8, film reels, all of it. It's a saving of more than $15 per item. When you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box will digitize and send all of your memories back, the originals, and they'll put it up in the cloud for easy access so you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but the best time to digitize your memories is right now. Hurry, this $9 deal's not going to last long. Head to legacybox.com/records for early access to the best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/records. legacybox.com/records.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Monday, November 4th. Only one day left before Election Day, and in Georgia, over 4 million Georgians have participated in early voting. Nearly 56% of registered voters already have cast their ballots, leaving approximately 3 million registered voters yet to vote. Voters planning to vote on Election Day need to visit their designated polling place. Anyone in line by 7 is entitled to cast their ballot. Georgia Republicans and the Trump campaign are pursuing further legal action after alleging coordinated efforts by Democrat-heavy counties that accepted ballots after the early voting period ended. The lawsuit named 7 counties: Clayton, Cobb, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Fulton, Chatham, and Athens-Clarke County. And in sports, Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins threw for 222 yards and 3 touchdowns as the first-place Atlanta Falcons handed the Dallas Cowboys their 3rd straight loss. The Falcons improved their record to 6-3 with a 27-21 win. They will head to New Orleans next week to take on the Saints at 1 p.m. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Extra 106.3.
Doug Rhino and Los on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. I want to let you know, in the wake of Hurricane Helene in Milton, Truist Bank and their employees have been working hard to help out all the communities affected by those devastating storms. To date, Truist has gathered and donated more than 15 tractor trailers worth of non-perishable foods, water, cleaning supplies, and so much more. They continue to provide prepared meals for the citizens of Greenville and Asheville and work to deploy mobile branches to the hardest hit areas, plus having donated over $2 million from the Truist Foundation to their disaster relief partners. There is more to be done, and Truist has the purpose and it remains to inspire and build better lives and communities. Find out ways that you can help at your local Truist branch, online at truist.com. So this is going to be one of those weeks that's going to evaporate. It's going to go so fast, and yet in the moment, it's going to be like it's the slowest moving process ever in history. You know what I mean? When it's like you're right, it's like the World Series or the Super Bowl or whatever. When you're waiting, that's actually the best example.
You're like, oh man, Christmas is about here.
That's actually the best.
It's the longest weekend I think we've had in a while. Where I just was like waiting, and I never get to Friday going, how do I get to Tuesday?
Right? Can we just skip Monday? Can we go right to Tuesday? No, but it is like that, and people are on edge every which way. Kamala Harris is interesting, though, in the fact that she's going to talk to you differently, Los, dependent on where you are and who you are.
CNN was highlighting this. Accidental journalism. I imagine there had to have been a phone call from the Harris Walls campaign. Don't you air that. Make sure you take it down everywhere you put it out there. CNN ran this Friday evening, and it was supposed to be the gotcha moment of this campaign. Take a listen, as what they're highlighting is that depending on which state, Kamala Harris is running different ads. So, for instance, what you hear in the state of Georgia, all right, I think it's pretty general what you hear around the country. But what she's airing in heavily Muslim areas like Michigan versus other areas like Pennsylvania that might be predominantly Jewish. Remember, we've got these two factions. She's trying to take care of both of them. Listen to how the messaging is different.
What has happened in Gaza over the past 9 months is devastating. We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent.
All right, well, it's a very different story for an ad in Pennsylvania targeting Jewish voters.
Let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7.
Two different ads entirely.
Yeah.
As if nobody would notice. I mean, the internet is available to everybody. Everybody's going to notice when you give two different answers.
The weird part is, and they're going to fall back on, I can support both. I can think about both, right? I can care about Israel and their right to defend. I don't necessarily have to support that when it comes to Gazans who have been hurt by Israeli, attacks. But she can't do that because she's already made Pennsylvania a joke by saying, this is the best candidate that I could have vetted out, Josh Shapiro, but he's Jewish, and I don't know how that would play. So now this is just a pander back to Pennsylvania and Pennsylvania alone that, hey, I know you guys really thought I should have picked Josh Shapiro. I know that we've had shootings here at synagogues, and the Jewish people have every right to be upset about what's happening on our own soil, but I want to avoid talking about that and just let you know I do support it. She doesn't support it. I mean, this is all pandering and lies on both sides.
I believe she supports the Palestinian cause.
Oh, yeah.
I don't believe she supports Israel. Me personally, I don't believe that.
I don't think she stands for either one. I think she stands for power. And whatever is going to deliver her power and voters, that's more important to her than any person.
I can be persuaded on that.
I don't think she cares about the people of Palestine. I don't think she cares about the people of Israel. And I know she doesn't care about the people of America.
Well, that's long been her history.
Yeah.
It's, what do you need me to be? And I will be that for you in the interest of power. When she first was going to run, that was my part about talking about, it's not that she doesn't have a backbone, it's that you can't determine what it is.
Right.
Because there is no point where she won't switch or move or alter and say, well, as she put it, well, my values haven't changed. No, her value's power.
Yeah,
it's always going to be power. That's why you run different ads in different places. There is a uniformity. You either support Israel with the idea of they're going about a business that's ugly. It is. If you're going to get at terrorists use humans as human shields.
Without a doubt.
There's no way around it. You got to kill everybody. And that sucks. That's the ugliness of it. But if you're not going to support them, then essentially you're allowing Iran to do whatever they want to in that region of the world.
Another example of her not being able to answer questions is yesterday in Detroit when they were asking her about Prop 36, which is the tough on crime bill out in California. Now, she says she's law and order, right? That's what she's talked about and bragged about, being, the district attorney out there and being the what's the other
Attorney General.
Thank you. Good Lord. Attorney General out there, and how she's come down on criminals, even though California is an armpit, knowing that she did none of that stuff. She brags about it. She talks about it. But when she was asked about this, you thought maybe this would be a time for her to go, yeah, I voted for it. I'm in favor of law and order. What did she say? I'm not going to talk about that. Not on the eve of the election. What? What do you mean you're not going to talk about it? You're afraid of offending someone. What's that?
Isn't that the answer, though?
Yes, of course it is. That means she voted against it.
Yeah, that's the answer.
Without a doubt. Because otherwise she would have said, I'm in favor of law and order, and I voted for law and order.
But again, this is the same issue with Israel and Gaza. If she were to say, yes, I voted for Prop 36, then they'll go, well, that is just indiscriminately putting black men in jail for certain crimes. And you can't do that. She's afraid of losing that portion of the vote and being shown to exactly who she is. Somebody who actually just doesn't care either way.
I really hope that Rasmussen and a handful of other polls that say this isn't close happen to be correct. Because if it is, I have those moments where I lose a little bit of faith in humanity, where I just go, didn't you see what I was seeing? And then what I realized, a lot of it just comes down to that people are busy and they don't want to be part of the 1% because it's an investment of time, that 1% of paying attention. If you just listen to what this woman will not say, not what she'll say, what she will not say, it tells you everything you need to know about her and what the system and how it looks at you.
That's the vivid picture, too. You know what I mean? That's the one that you can't miss when she is talking about her values and the fact that she's not changed from her values. It paints the unmistakable picture of who she is.
Rhino, do you like coffee?
I love
He's
coffee.
having some now.
All right, ask me the same question.
Los, do you like coffee?
You know, I haven't really gotten a chance to take a look at it. It's something that is definitely going to be evaluated. On the eve of an election, I don't really want to side with a particular end. How do you not answer? And again, coffee is a simple question. Sometimes it's your support of different individual rights or different individual freedoms or different countries. What is your answer? And she doesn't give you one.
No, she can't give you one. She can't give you one.
Coffee.
She might not even know what Prop 36 is. Let's
That's
be
probably
honest.
likely.
Let's be honest.
Most likely. So she had no idea. That's why she said she wasn't going to answer, because she don't know.
She can't give me an idea on any economic policy that would actually be effective. Anytime she's asked a question about anything, she kind of falls back to a word salad of, well, this is not something I need to talk about right now. The entire thing is a psyop, really. Kamala Harris is a psyop by the Democrat Party. Just, hey, here's your candidate. Look at her. She looks like you. She's female. And if you don't vote for her, then you're racist and misogynist. That's all they have right now. And, of course, Trump is the most evil person in the world.
Including putting Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad. Yeah.
Oh, my God, what a lie that was.
Oh, my Lord, it was unbelievable. But my sweet wife got caught up in it. She was like, did you hear this? What did he say? And I was like, whoa. Let's back up. Let's go find the whole thing. Let's watch it together.
Stop watching the news.
And stop watching the news. And I'm sure she read it at CNN.com. But there's so many people that fell for it. Jonah Goldberg, who is a Republican in name only, he this weekend said, I was wrong. I acted in haste. I shouldn't have said it so quickly. No, you knew you were lying. Now that the news cycle has caught up with you, and even people like Bill Maher are calling you a liar, now you're taking it back.
What do you make of the statement? I woke up today to the headline that Trump had called for a firing squad for Liz Cheney. And this is what I really don't like about the media. No, he didn't. He did not. You don't have to move me to not like Donald Trump. If people don't realize it, well, here's what he said. He's criticizing her for being a war hawk. I mean, she is Dick Cheney's daughter. He said, she's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay. Let's see how she feels about it. They're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, we'll send tens of thousands of troops right into the mouth of the enemy. Now, of course, he expresses himself horribly. He has to add, she's a stupid person. This is exactly what peaceniks always said. This is fortunate son. Gun, the song. It's like, you know what? It's very easy to sit in your building and send young men to die. Apropos of Ukraine, yes, because, I don't know, that war doesn't look like it's going in the right direction. Not at all, no. But just so, you know, just don't lie to me. I don't like Donald Trump. Don't lie to me and tell me he wants in front of a firing squad. He was saying something that, by the way, if it came out of the mouth, some of it, not the stupid part, again, sounds like what hippies used to say.
Exactly right. This dude is professing his disdain for Donald Trump. Yeah. He didn't need Jonah Goldberg to lie to him and make up this story that wasn't real. And like I said, it was only after everybody rejected this narrative that they were trying to build did everybody then come out of their bunkers going, well, I acted in haste. No, you knew exactly what you were doing, and Bill Maher's calling you out, and he's on your side.
That's the weird part about it. Why don't you like Donald Trump, Bill Maher? Why don't you like Donald Trump? Is it because of all the rhetoric that's been spread, all the lies that have been spread about Charlottesville? Pick one. France and the whole idea behind Normandy and that the suckers and losers. What is it you don't like about him? Because everything that the left has said about him has been proven to be taken out of context and a lie. So that's where I'm continually baffled why people don't start waking up and saying, why do they keep lying about this? Why do they have to make up these stories? If we don't like them, we don't like them.
Bill Maher has reached a point, because this goes back to for COVID for him. I don't know if you ever remember his rant where he talked about how we're supposed to be the enlightened party. We're supposed to be the ones that are paying attention. He's like, how do we know this little about this thing and our views? And in fact, he was citing a study that had 65% of Democrats believe that if you got COVID, you went to the hospital. Like that's what happened. You get it, you go to the hospital. And so he has been very adamant about pointing out, how are we being this dumb? But then he looks at our side and he's like, but y'all are dumber. Right. And so that's the only reason why he looks at a Donald Trump and why he would never be on the side of it. He recognizes my group is ill-informed and we're dumb, but y'all are dumber, so I'm going to be the one of the arbiter of what's the dumbest thing.
Well, then why is he going off for the past 2 years? Who has he been going off on? The woke left, the Democrats, their lies? He's doing our work for us. He's just doing it on a national platform. How come he's not going after Republicans and the dumb things and the lies they're saying? Because there's not there.
Because he still is tribal. It's just what it is. He's always going to go back the same way that salmon always go back to their same spawning places. The same way that
it's instinctual.
My wife is like, I don't want to lose standing with the people that I work with. I'm going to make sure and cast this vote. They always go back to the tribe.
Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3.
Unless you're Elon.
Yeah, unless you're Elon.
Or Tulsi. Or
exactly.
Or RFK Jr.
And look, a lot of people.
There's a lot more Democrats.
Right, but I mean regular people. Yeah. You're starting to see them defect, especially in minority males and minorities in general. So many people that are saying, you know what, none of this adds up. And they're finally getting him. I hope it's in time to salvage what is the greatest country on the face of the earth, the United States of America. When we come back, Joe Rogan hit a speed bump in his run of great interviews. Next on Xtra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
This election is the biggest of our lifetime. So Xtra 106.3 is rolling it out with a huge broadcast for live coverage of the presidential election. Tomorrow, we're live and commercial-free all night long. It starts with a Kimmer Show, followed by a huge live broadcast with the entire Xtra staff. And it's not only on the air, but also streaming live on YouTube. Plus, we'll be taking your calls and comments live on the air all night, bringing you the results as they happen and breaking it all down with Neil Bortz, Janelle and Calvin King, Joey Jones, and so many others.
You can trust Xtra 106.3 to be the voice you need right now.
The best election night conversation and your calls all night until a winner is declared. All live on the Xtra 106.3 app, streaming live on YouTube and over the air on the conservative voice of Atlanta. Xtra 106.3 FM.
I woke up this morning, walked out to my truck, and man, did I feel a chill in the air. Goodness gracious, it was like, 52 degrees outside. No, thank you. If you want to stay warm, if you want your house to stay warm, Carrier products from Central Heating and Air Conditioning is the way to get it done. The Carrier systems are designed to keep you comfortable even on the coolest days. They have cooling technology, so you can enjoy a refreshing home no matter what the temperature is. And right now you can save $2,000 off a new Carrier system. That's right, up to $2,000, and stay warm all winter long. Carrier systems come with excellent warranties. For added peace of mind at Central Heating and Air Conditioning, they pride themselves on better service through knowledge. Turn to your Atlanta Carrier experts and one of the very few second-generation locally owned HVAC companies in town. Chuck and his team have been operating this company since 1947. They've not been bought by some big conglomerate outside of town and still claim to be local. Nope, they're based right here in town. Work with Carrier. That's who I recommend. Call them today for a maintenance agreement, a repair on your HVAC system, or a brand new Carrier system. 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services, but you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made, premium-name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. atlturfco.com.
Hey, sandwich lovers. Today's your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food, and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Foundation repair isn't pretty, but at Atlanta Ramjack, we make it easy. If you notice any cracks in your foundation, they need to be addressed as soon as possible to reduce additional costs that come with the repair. Why call us? Foundation repair is all we do. We have highly trained estimators that will thoroughly evaluate your home and only recommend what is needed. If you are experiencing foundation problems, please contact us at ramjack.com/Atlanta or call us at 770-502-8881.
Convenience is defined as the state of being able to proceed with something with little effort or difficulty. Well, at RBM of Atlanta, we embody this philosophy. Meet our Mercedes-Benz pickup and delivery service. It gives you back time and money. Does your Mercedes-Benz need service? If so, we'll pick up your vehicle that's requiring service from your home or office and bring it back to our dealership for the required service. With over 100 appointments available every weekday, over 50 appointments on Saturdays, and more than 200 courtesy vehicles in our fleet, we're here to serve. We'll work around your schedule. We're here to save you time, energy, and money. RBM of Atlanta is a J.D. Power 2023 Diamond Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience and Georgia's only 9-time Mercedes-Benz Best of the Best winner. We're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Pickup and delivery service restrictions do apply. Ask your service coordinator or service advisor for details.
The Extra 106.3 app is your live connection to the station, streaming free across Georgia. But it's also loaded with all our original shows and podcasts. Listen to exclusive shows from Janelle King, Ben Burnett, and so many more. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Joe Rogan has had a string of just home run interviews. Los has been on top of it with the Jelly Roll interview, the rapper now country artist, the Luke Bryan interview, and then it gets into politics with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. However, he did hit a speed bump this time around, Los.
I thought it was a decent interview, but John Fetterman, who showed up and talked about the rewarding part. Talking about dealing with depression. Yeah. That was really good. He talked about dealing with some of the issues of what got him going back the right direction. Remember, we all talked about, he went to Walter Reed, then he came out, we're like, why does he sound very Republican?
Yeah.
Because he got healthy.
They fixed him.
Not on everything, but a lot of things. You were like, wait a minute, is this the same guy?
He was the only Democrat who was flying an Israeli flag from his apartment and pointing out what happened on October 7th was a travesty and needed to be dealt with. So it was a lot of things we were going, whoa, what about that? But I want you to take a listen. This is the piece of audio where Joe Rogan kind of gets him into a point of illegal voting and IDs. And this is where things start to sputter a little bit when it came for John Fetterman.
Doesn't that seem logical, though? If you have a significant number of people that are being moved into swing states that have come across the border illegally, and then you've provided them with all these services. You provided them with food stamps, EBT, you've provided them with housing. You could, if you gave those people amnesty and allowed those people to vote, and it was very organized, you're talking about 75,000 votes over a few counties that switched everything over to the Republicans. You could see how you import 10 million people over the course of 4 years illegally and then move a significant number of them to swing states and then provide them with all these services and then give them a path to citizenship. You could essentially rig those states.
Undeniably, immigration is changing our nation. I mean, I haven't spent a lot of time in Texas, but it's very clear that immigration has remade Texas, and I think it's for a good thing.
Whoops. That was the moment that the reason why you didn't have Tim Walz show up there, the reason why they didn't want to have Kamala Harris. And again, Fetterman, I thought, because initially the issue was that he has a problem hearing. So what he does, he has an iPad where he can read it's basically closed caption.
Okay.
So that he can read what's being said. And for the first 20 minutes of the interview, it wasn't working correctly.
Yeah.
So he wasn't hearing
no
correctly and he was struggling with it. Once they hooked it up to the Wi-Fi, then it became much more succinct.
Sure.
But they're trying to avoid that moment.
Yeah.
That 45 seconds, and that's what they got.
And they were going to get that if Kamala Harris was able to control the interview the way she wanted to. Maybe they wouldn't have gotten that, but that's not what Joe Rogan does. We're having a conversation. And Joe Rogan is common sense. I don't feel like he is more on Trump's side than, Kamala's for any reason except for common sense wise. He's like, I kind of agree with what they're doing. The reality is that they can't get away from their lies from somebody like Joe Rogan, from a serious, at this point, maybe the most journalistic guy out there compared to the real, what they call real journalists that are really just opinionists. I think he's delivering really well. I kind of went back and forth with the Fetterman thing. Fetterman, I was like, look, this guy's getting trapped. And there were so many times where he's like, well, look, immigration is this, and this. He can't admit what the real truth is because he knows that his party
they will kick him out.
Oh, as quick as they put him in there.
That's right. He wouldn't have a place to be, man. Maybe I guess he could defect like so many Democrats and come over.
But it was a mess overall. No,
speak common sense to men and women that are actually paying attention. And Joe Rogan has a lot of listeners that are actually paying attention.
I think if you compare that interview to what has been airing recently, it's hard to say, here's J.D. Vance, follow him up with John Fetterman. Clearly a man who, even though, as he talked about it, that stroke was supposed to kill him.
Yeah.
Like it would, like when he talked about it during the interview, he woke up and he's kind of asking the doctor, like, so where am I at? How am I doing? And the doctor's basically telling him, like, and he's like,
things are rough.
He's like, he had to relearn to talk.
Yeah. It's touch and go.
So that's still, again, I get that there was value on having him on there. But, man, he gave up the goat telling you about why they have so many people coming into this country.
But that's your surrogate for the Harris-Walz campaign. That was a probably bad idea in regards to putting John Fetterman on there. And I'm not going to hit on him for having a stroke or he got elected, he got put in office. However it happened. I can't believe people voted for that. But at the same time, I'm glad that he did come around to some common sense ideas.
But look, that's the thing. If you put these Kamala surrogates on the campaign trail, they shoot her in the foot because nobody knows what they're talking about. There's not like a common message. It's all no comment, which is what Axios has been pointing out. They've taken Mark Cuban off the trail.
Yes,
they're not letting John Fetterman out the door again.
No, and I think I got the impression that Fetterman was not there as a surrogate for Harris. Like, just because that interview was a lot about him.
Yeah.
Which was different, whereas some of these, when you get Mark Cuban on, he's there to talk entirely about Harris and Walz.
But what else would there be? Yeah. I mean, this is a political season. He's a Democrat.
Because you know what? If I am Joe Rogan and I am handling his show, if I'm making the decisions, or if I'm Joe himself, I'm saying I just had on Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Who is the next most, because these other people won't do my show.
Sure.
Who's the next most interesting Democrat to talk to right now?
But that's the point, right? They're still trying to bolster that Democrat side to have the Democrat point of view. That's just, unfortunately, the only person they'll allow out there to speak on her behalf, I guess.
I mean, obviously, he wanted to interview J.D. Vance because he's going to be vice president of the United States, hopefully. But it was also about who is J.D. Vance? Where did J.D. Vance come from? Tell me about your family. Tell me about your wife.
Which is talking about,
and it's the same with Fetterman. So I still consider him a surrogate, but at the same time, who else is he going to go to? Obviously, AOC would be a big get, I would think, for Joe Rogan. I'd love to see him do Bernie Sanders and sit down with Bernie Sanders.
And he's done it before.
I know, but right now, obviously, again, I'd love to see it.
But the format. And getting a chance to talk with a handful of people last week who talked about the long form format is something that the politician is not used to and that they have to start getting used to it. Mike Collins and Doug Collins both brought that up when we got a chance to interview them. You're going to have AOC be capable of doing 3 hours. Bernie Sanders, Bernie believes everything he says. So 3 hours is not a problem for him. And Fetterman believes what he did. And as he brought it up early, his son is such a big fan of the show that's the reason why he wanted to do it. Yeah. I don't think most politicians, especially on their end, want to sit for 3 hours.
Well,
2 or 3 hours.
Because of how revealing it would be,
Very much so.
Right? I mean, there's the can you do it? I think most politicians probably could.
Tulsi Gabbard did it twice.
Right, sure. But what you reveal is what they're running from. That's what they're scared of.
Yes.
I don't think
there was the gotcha moment.
Yeah,
that happened with Fetterman.
But it wasn't intended to be a gotcha moment, though, right?
It just turned into what it turned into. He basically said what we all know to be true.
That's why they're so scared of being revealing on that show.
Yeah. I mean, if I were them, I'd stay away from that show right now.
Yes.
If I were them, I'd stay away from any media. I mean, I think Kamala Harris and her campaign has done a pretty good job of staying away from some of the media that would actually challenge them. Go on Saturday Night Live and do a really bad Saturday Night Live skit. Perfect. Done.
But the show is not supposed to be a gotcha show, nor is it a gotcha show.
Agreed, 100%.
It's a discussion show that will reveal certain things that you don't want it to reveal. Think about the most controversial thing that J.D. Vance said on Joe Rogan. Well, the regular gay guys are voting with us. They're like, what do you mean by regular gay? And I'm like, boy, that was... Because there's the way out there gay person who's like, nope, not going to vote for you guys. And he's like, if you just run of the bill, like freedom and like being able to do what you want to do, you're probably voting with me.
Yep.
Easy.
And that was the controversial moment.
That's right.
It was.
But not really.
But not really.
No.
Because you know what? The regular gay guys I know are voting for
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
That's why there's a log cabin Republicans, too, by the way.
I mean, the amount what was it that we were joking around about gay Twitter, that when they actually saw him, they're like, he's a really pretty man.
Yeah.
It's like,
that's right. The night of the debate.
Yes, the night of the debate.
I like the beard. It doesn't threaten me.
Do not believe the polls. They're meant to influence, not inform you. You know that, but don't fall for the trap. So many people are right now, especially with one specific poll. We'll talk about it after a Neil Bortz report and a Fox News update when we come back with more of the Morning Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, the election is tomorrow. About half of the people have already cast their votes. And forgive me, I hope I'm wrong, but I pretty much would have to bet on Kamala Harris winning the race right now, because Donald Trump has run a pathetic campaign, almost like he didn't want to win. So let me give you a little taste of life under Kamala Harris. She wants to lower the cost of living, not through sound economic policy, mind you, but through government controls. She wants anti-price gouging laws. So how does that work? Let me just use one simple little example. A terrible hurricane in Florida, or a massive power outage somewhere else. People have food in the freezers. They want to save their food. They need ice, but the stores run out of ice quickly. Why? Well, because for one thing, they can't raise the price to meet the increased demand. So some people get the bright idea that they're going to load up refrigerated trucks with ice and bring it to the troubled areas. That's an extra expense, folks, and they'll have to charge extra money. But Kamala Harris and her anti-price gouging laws will say, no, that will be a federal crime. You cannot do that. Okay, fine, we won't. And people will go without ice. They will lose the food in their freezers and end up having to spend even more money. But Kamala Harris will have her anti-price gouging laws, and that should make everything fine. She's an economic idiot, folks, and she's going to be your next president. God, I hope I'm wrong. And think about the leaders of the world. North Korea, China, Russia. Can't you see them quaking in their boots over Kamala Harris as the commander-in-chief of the American Armed Forces? Yeah, right. Hope I'm wrong. Neil Bortz, Extra, 106.3.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, The Marketing Madmen. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
Hey, are you paying crazy rates for your health insurance? Call Doug Moore at 770-697-0100. Your health insurance cost shouldn't look like a house payment. Are you tired of having things not covered, like doctor visits, labs, etc.? Doug can help, so call him at 770-697-0100. Doug sells all forms of health insurance. His plans have no deductibles, and you don't have to switch doctors. If you're paying too much for health insurance, Doug can help. He has over 20 years experience. You can go to his website and request a quote. Go to yourchoicehealthplan.net. That's yourchoicehealthplan.net, or call his cell phone at 770-697-0100. Doug can make a plan that you will be able to use. Call 770-697-0100 and he can help. Or go to his website to request a quote, yourchoicehealthplan.net, and contact him. Doug says don't fret. Go to yourchoicehealthplan.net and he can bring rates down. 770-697-0100.
Quit kowtowing to less than 1% of the freaks, throwing out 20,000 years of human civilization for a bunch of freaks who are mentally ill.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
It's the final day of the campaign. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
Tuesday, you have to stand up and tell Harris that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore.
Former President Trump last night in Georgia. He'll go to 3 more toss-up states today, starting with a rally in a few hours in Raleigh, North Carolina, where Trump supporters have lined up since 3 a.m.
I love him. He reminds me of my dad. He's a good businessman, and he means what he says. He loves us.
There will be a final Trump rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan tonight after he campaigns in Reading and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's the state where Vice President Harris will crisscross today.
Let us remember that your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power.
That was at a Harris rally in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, Harris will stop in Scranton, knocking on doors, meeting voters, and end with a star-studded rally in Philadelphia with Oprah by her side. The vice president will also be in Pittsburgh and Allentown, where Fox's Brian Yennis is.
Her ground game is really about flooding the zone, and that is exactly what they have been doing. While the Trump campaign is going after low-propensity voters, the Democrats are really relying on just sheer numbers. For instance, 90,000 volunteers have knocked on 3 million doors in the battleground states over the last week.
A lot of Americans won't be going to the polls tomorrow.
More than 77 million people have already cast their ballots. That is about 49% of the total number of people who voted in 2020.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. The music business is mourning an icon. Quincy Jones was behind Michael Jackson's Thriller, and he produced hits for many other stars, even brought many of them together for a famous song. That was in 1985, a USA for Africa charity song that was the fastest-selling single ever at the time. It also won Quincy Jones one of his 28 Grammy Awards. He's also in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Quincy Jones died at his Los Angeles home at the age of 91. America's listening to Fox News.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The big wireless carriers want you to overpay for data you don't need, but you don't have to settle for that. With Pure Talk, you get to choose how much data you actually want. For just $25 a month, enjoy unlimited talk, text, and 5 gigs of data plus mobile hotspot. Stop overpaying and switch to Pure Talk today. Dial pound 250 and say the keyword Pure Talk to switch and save 50% off your first month with Pure Talk. Dial pound 250 and say Pure Talk for an additional 50% off.
Search for the Xtra 1063 app wherever you download apps by searching XTRA 1063, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
I just walked out of an office in our building, and everybody has the same question.
Oh, yeah.
Who's going to win?
Who's going to win?
And the nervous Nellies are out there on both sides. And
I'm going to win.
That's right. Front office lows for president.
I'm going to win. I'm Mario.
I could predict at least one race.
Okay.
2 races,
Give
really.
it to me.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to win.
Yep.
And Andrew Clyde is going to win in Towns County.
Yeah. Those are pretty
a
good.
done deal.
Those are pretty good guesses.
Yep.
Yeah. I think
So I got that for you.
Lay your money on those for sure. But the conversation was about the swing states and what's Georgia going to do, and I was like, I think Georgia's going to be just fine. I think we'll be.
What
good
do you believe in? Do you believe that this is a very narrow margin, perhaps 1 point either way, or do you believe that this is closer to 6 points for Trump? Because the polling is all over the road, and we saw it over the weekend. The psych ops began.
Oh yeah.
We're going to tell you about all things just to dissuade you from trying to get out to vote.
Absolutely. How do we? Dissuade's a great word.
Sure.
How do we prevent these Trump voters from getting out? We bring up one random anomaly in all the polling.
Yeah, that's what they want to do is say, hey, look, this is you guys are doing so great. You don't even need to go to the polls. That's what Democrats are trying to do in some. Now, some of the others, New York Times, Siena poll, are saying, oh, gosh, Kamala Harris is going to win. I think that
surging, they would say.
Yeah, surging. I think that sends people to the polls even more. I don't think anybody's going to sit back if you're on the Republican side. I hope not. I hope you're up and moving. I've talked to a lot of people this weekend as we continue to set up for tomorrow night, which is going to be a huge event. So I hope you tune in on YouTube. I hope you tune in as Tug, myself, and Carlos take over the airwaves and talk about the election night all night long. But when I was talking to people, every single person in the Georgia GOP that I talked to feel really confident right now that Trump's not only going to win this state, but it's going to be those kind of numbers that Brian Kemp saw.
I'm hoping that's the case because you have the nervous Nellies that just can't stop twiddling their thumbs. They can't stop thinking about it. They can't stop listening to the mainstream media nonsense narrative that Trump waited too late to advertise in Georgia, or that Kamala's surging in North Carolina and Iowa and all these things. But you just can't believe the polling. Believe what your eyes and ears tell you.
But at the same time, don't believe any of it. Right? Don't believe any of the polling. Get to the polls. Keep voting. If you're voting for Donald Trump, get there, because the Democrats are nervous here in the state of Georgia.
Yes, they are.
They wouldn't try to change the rules and say, hey, we need to have mail-in ballots that were due last week. We need to be able to use them. They're so scared they're going to lose Georgia again. This is a red state. And I think a lot of people are tired of we got rid of Stacey Abrams. She's gone. They got rid of her because nobody liked the ideas that she was putting forth. If you think her ideas were bad, Kamala Harris's ideas are way worse for this country.
Right.
This is a California liberal. That's what it comes right down to. And I think a lot of this is going to be a test case. If this is as close as we fear, because I don't want a close election. I think this is pretty cut and dry for me. But then again, it probably would have been pretty cut and dry if it was Donald Trump versus a dementia patient.
Yeah,
just kind of how that goes.
Whoever the machine chose.
But the machine, it's Donald Trump and his group versus the machine. And the machine is being headed up, not led, it's being headed up by a woman who can't explain any issues other than, please, let's just make sure we can kill your baby.
Yeah. That's it. That's all we got.
That's her
Trump
only thing she's passionate and energetic about.
His voters are Hitler, he's Hitler, and yes, I'll give you the chance to
and
murder
by
your
the way,
in womb.
The ads. And this is where you know, like, there's doesn't have to be any truth in advertising, but the amount of ads that will claim the craziest things. they support a nationwide abortion ban. I'm like, that's been debated on the stage a multitude of times, telling you no. They took away Roe versus Wade. No, send it back to the states. Like, there's so...
They're not going to fact check that, though.
No, and that's the deal. It's, here's my ad. I paid for my 30 seconds. I'm going to say whatever I want.
These are the people, though, Rhino, that want to be the arbiters of truth, and they talk about it all the time, how the First Amendment's getting in the way of cleaning up these crazy stories, this misinformation that's coming from Russia and Iran and wherever else that they purport that it's coming from. Yet you'd have Barack Obama this weekend go out and use misinformation to fire up a crowd or mislead a crowd, depending on the who it is that he's speaking to in that moment, where their head is. But I mean, he talked about the whole good folks, fine folks on both sides, the Charlottesville lie that's been debunked by every news source. Reluctantly, yes, but every one of them have finally said, yes, it's all BS. And the Hunter Biden laptop, yes, it was all real. So all of that's happened. And yet you still have these people say that we want to be the arbiter of truth. We want to stop misinformation while spreading it.
The reality is he knows no one's going to touch the great Barack Obama's comments.
Word.
Nobody will ever go against him. But I think what you brought up was the most important part was we have to get rid of the First Amendment right of the right-wing extremist in order to save the Constitution from Donald Trump, who's going to destroy the Constitution.
Which makes no sense. I mean, what kind of mind Olympics do you have to do?
Well,
believe that?
Yeah, that's the ridiculous talk in circle, word salad, and lies that not one media outlet is going to fact check. There's only one person standing up for the Constitution. That's Donald Trump. They want to get rid of your First Amendment right, and the first two amendments are the two things that they want to get rid of right away. And then they pretend that the right to kill a baby is a right, that it's in the Constitution. That's a lie.
I just know that if you put me in a room with a Harris Walls voter, and we just sat down and we had a cordial conversation, it's going to take about 90 seconds before I have their head spinning. Right. Because I would ask them, I'd ask them the last one hit me. The woman at the bar decided after she got all upset, and then come to find out, I'm like, oh, look, she's on meds. A single cat lady on meds. Oh, it's really interesting. It's pretty much the
white liberal women.
It's pretty much the tattoo they have. I am white, I am liberal, I'm on meds, and I own cats. Okay, I know who you're voting for. It's how it's going to be. But to me, this really comes down to, let's talk about these issues. And the problem is the other side doesn't want to talk about them. So now everything just turns into, well, let's play on the emotions. And that works for them.
Of course it does. And it will continue to work. And
they're emotionally unstable.
Seemingly every time about everything. I want to play. I don't think we didn't schedule it here, but I'm going to call an audible real quick. Board Up Goey. Go get the Rich Harris voter. I want y'all to hear about this woman, just because we're talking about crazy people. They stuck this in her mailbox, and it is hysterical. I want you to hear it. So let me set it up for you. There's a woman who has a Harris Wall sign in her yard, and they put a fake postcard in her mailbox that basically said, we're going to bring you a family from Nicaragua.
As in, we thank you for your support, right. And now you've been signed up to host a family
from Nicaragua.
From Central America.
Listen.
I put a lawn sign in my front yard, and I don't think I should be subjected to these fraudulent mailers.
When this 50-year-old Shrewsbury woman put up a Harris Wall sign in front of her home, she just wanted to show her support. She never imagined she would be subjected to a campaign dirty trick.
It really creeped me out.
She was dismayed when the mail arrived this week, and she received this postcard. It purports to be from the Harris campaign, thanking her for putting up a sign and alerting her a family from Nicaragua would be moving into her home.
That's when I realized it was an obvious attempt to try to either scare me or rage bait me and make me upset. It's absolutely a scare tactic.
It's a scare tactic, she said. No, they're just making fun of you. That's all it is.
Rage bait me. The fact that you realize that you will go into a rage because of a silly little postcard just shows how mentally unstable you are.
Fun of you.
But look how upset she got. The reality is, how upset would she get if the Harris Walls said, hey, we really do appreciate your support. We need housing for these illegals.
She couldn't get upset.
She would lose her mind.
She would be all in favor of doing that. That's what they're in.
She wouldn't be.
No, of course she wouldn't.
No, she'd be like, why wouldn't you take somebody else's house, not mine? mind. Send them somewhere else.
The Harris Walls campaign and this administration as a whole, led by Joe Biden for the time being, they and this is again, I say this just as a general way that they have gone about this. They have been the ultimate in NIMBY. Mm-hmm. Not in my backyard. It's we bring in a ton of illegals. But not to Martha's Vineyard.
No.
And please don't make sure they show up at my house.
We're going to get the military to escort them out of Martha's Vineyard.
The entire group as a whole all want these things. And let me tell you, too, there are a lot of capitalist Republicans that are establishment people that also love having this drive down wages and drive down the cost of labor. They're all important. They're all about this, too. But they're NIMBY. As long as you're not doing it in my community and it's affecting me, it's all right.
How many phone calls do you think she made to Democrat campaign headquarters in her state saying, is this real? Why are you guys doing this?
Who are you sending here?
Who are you sending here? Who said this?
Have they been vetted?
I guarantee she lost her mind until somebody said, ma'am, calm down. Calm down. It's not real. Well, I'm calling the news. Those extremists wants to put it in there. She lost her mind. She wanted to go kick and steal Trump signs the rest of the day.
So funny. Well, she wanted to continue because she had already been doing that. There's not a chance that she hadn't already been doing that. But, the problem is, Kamala, they can't get a beat on her. They can't get her to say anything when asked about Prop 13 in Detroit. Prop 36 in Detroit, which is the tough on law crime where she's from in California. She wouldn't give an answer. I'm not going to answer that this close to the election. Well, why not?
Would you vote for
this? Yeah, right. Why would you not? But that's the thing. She's the no comment candidate. That's what Axios is reporting, which is the leftist outlet that's owned by the same parent company as the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. She's saying different things in front of different audiences. We documented that earlier, depending on if you're in person, as she's running different commercials to hit different people that say different things that they don't even go together. Harris and her staff have refused to detail her position on more than a dozen of her previous stances over the past 3 months. The response to Axios, not to a conservative outlet, but to Axios is no comment. She can't answer to a friendly outlet.
No.
Can you imagine if she were pressured or put in any sort of situation to have to answer it in front of an outlet that's actually trying to get to the truth?
There's only one real issue she stayed on, and that's abortion.
That's it.
Everything else she's abandoned. She's abandoned talking about no tax on tips. They're abandoning some of the other rhetoric that she put out there. You haven't heard her say, hey, black men, I think so low of you now that we're going to legalize marijuana. Vote for me. So all of the things that she pandered, have you heard her talk about unrealized capital gains again, or any of the ideas that she actually wants to put forth? No, it's all about abortion, and it's all about Donald Trump is unstable. That's all those are the only comments.
Yeah. That's it.
Well, but I think they've realized it. They've seen this. They know the temperature of what's going on. These things she brings up will not motivate their people to go to the polls. What motivates them to get excited is Donald Trump is Hitler. That's the ultimate emotion. If I was to talk about marijuana, for the most part, you have a large amount of this country where recreational marijuana is already legalized. This is not some sort of gift you're giving people. The idea of not taxing tips, well, hopefully you're not for a very long time working in a business where you have to depend on tips. That does not motivate. What motivates is this guy over here is 1930s Hitler.
Threat to democracy. That's the fear that everything that she's been successful on so far is fear.
Yeah.
Abortion, fear.
That's it.
A threat to democracy, fear. That's the only thing she has. That's her silver bullet. That's
everything's a lie. Everything's a lie, saying that they're going to take away your right to an abortion. That's a lie. A threat to democracy? That's a lie. The only threat to democracy is when you accept a nomination without actually being voted in to office. That's the truth.
And the continuation of that Lowe's brought up earlier.
Lies work.
Yeah,
they do.
Well, no one's going
Ask
especially if no one if the media was actually responsible and fact check Kamala Harris,
they're not. They
would have continued to go on. Right, but that's what I'm saying.
But if they were,
they'd stop it. But they're not going to stop it.
I know, big if. I get it.
I would use it
if we were in a fantasy world.
Yeah, if we're in fantasy
which we're not. In a fantasy world, the media is actually helpful to the voter. That's not the way it's set up.
And I don't blame them for continuing to lie. If no one's going to fact check, I would do it too. If I was running if I was obsessed with power and needed it.
That's part of the deal. They even said when she went on to the debate stage, you can't fact check her, only him. And they said ABC was like, okay.
When Joe Rogan had on J.D. Vance and also had on Donald Trump. And both times he did allude to the suckers and losers. He called it a hoax.
Yeah.
And he started talking about all the hoaxes, including Russian disinformation. He told the same thing to Fetterman. He was like, John Fetterman, they started bringing up the 2016 election, and he brought up the disinformation, the Hillary Clinton bought and paid for dossier, everything. Like, so Joe Rogan knows this stuff is fake. Yet you have President Obama still walking into town halls
in Detroit this weekend
and using it on a regular basis. Even how many people in that audience went, all right, I see what he's doing now. Let me do the clap because I got it, because this is what I have to do in order to show that I'm okay with the party.
Yeah, it's not going to change.
Or it just works.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not going to change because it works. There's no reason to change it. The arbiters of truth are not telling you the truth. They're the ones that want to start a whole section of government to fact check what was
Ministry of Truth.
The Ministry of Truth. That sounds like something off of like a superhero movie.
Well, it's something out of 1940, Germany. That's what they had, a ministry of many different ministries, but one of them was the Ministry of Truth.
I don't think we have any ministries in the United States, so this will be a new one. You know what I mean? This is something that they just came up with. They're like, this sounds good. Let's do it.
All right, you want to play a game?
Yes, please.
All right, I'm going to be liberal lady. Okay?
Oh.
Okay. That's who I am. And you have to ask me why I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
Carlos. What?
Claudia.
Yeah, Claudia.
Right. Why are you voting for Kamala Harris?
Because Donald Trump called them suckers and losers.
And to that point,
but that's not true.
To get away from the game, but
Claudia.
when we went out to the
called
Trump
them
rally,
suckers and losers. How can you vote for somebody like that, Tug Coward? Do you not respect servicemen?
Claudia,
do you not understand?
Settle.
Here, I'm talking now. I'm talking here. You need to. I see you using your white privilege against me.
Claudia,
but you're white
down.
too.
I am not. I identify differently.
Oh, okay, got it.
Do you know he said to take bleach during COVID?
No, he didn't.
What about the
Claudia?
That would be like saying he was
said
to
drink bleach.
No, he didn't.
Like he was going to be Hitler.
He's going to be a Hitler. He'll never leave office.
That's right.
Claudia.
Yeah, that's the answer to everything.
Rhino, why do you think he's not going to leave office?
Well, because he already left, Claudia.
Why are you saying that? Why are you mansplaining to me?
That's right. You got a deflector. That's perfect. It works good. When we went to that Trump rally over
in scene.
Yeah, exactly. Take. Is that the way you do it? Is that in scene? Take? Is that when they hit the little
I love Claudia.
Thank you.
You're so hot for a white liberal.
Thank you.
Crazy,
seriously,
but hot.
When we went over to that Trump rally at Gas South Arena, though, there was two, I don't know if they're veterans or not, but their sign said they were veterans, and they were like, we're not suckers and losers, and they're wearing, red, white, and blue, head to toe. Is literally two people, and I just wanted to pull over as a veteran and say, fellas,
come on.
Surely you don't believe this. I mean, you're hanging out with Claudia lately? What's been going on?
You're hanging out with Claudia.
Where are you? Claudia, have you been influencing these
men?
Have
you seen how hot Claudia is? She tells me what to do now.
Exactly, and she's hot enough for me to say, okay.
Yeah.
Me and my lover will tell you exactly what to do, husband.
And who to vote for. When we continue on Extra 106.3, 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. Those who will be sent to war aren't able to vote for those deciding whether to go to war or not. Next on the Morning Extra.
Extra 106.3's live commercial-free election night broadcast will be appointment listening tomorrow night. But you'll also be able to stream the video live on YouTube. Be here for the best election night conversation in Atlanta with live results and analysis from the conservative voices you know and trust.
This is the ballgame. This is for all the marble. This is like,
this is for the country. Grab the Extra 106.3 app now and stream election night coverage across Atlanta.
Holiday season is here. Southern Exteriors is doing something truly exceptional. With their Home for the Holidays roof giveaway until November 30th, you have until the end of the month to nominate a deserving family in need of a brand new roof. Just in time for the holidays, your roof is the most important thing at top of your house. It protects everything inside it, include your family and all your memories, your cherished memories. I mean, everything that you have is under your roof, so make sure that it is functioning properly. The roof giveaway, it'll give somebody, a nice family, added peace of mind to make those cherished memories for years to come. Make a difference today in someone's life with this Home for the Holidays roof giveaway with Southern Exteriors. If you know a deserving family in need of a roof, nominate them now by visiting southernexteriors.co. Listen closely to the website, southernexteriors.co.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, that's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlanta Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth, or they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans Automatic, 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. 404-263-7733. It's atlantasmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. atlantasmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. atlantasmiles.com.
Hey, Georgia neighbors, it's time to expect more from your Medicare Advantage. Discover Sonder Health's custom plans tailored just for Georgians. Saunders offers unique benefits, including special plans for those living with chronic conditions. Some plans even come with grocery or gas benefits to support your overall well-being. Sonder Health makes it easy to get the coverage you need. See for yourself what today's Medicare Advantage can do for you. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com, a healthier state of life. Sonder Health Plans is an HMO and PPO with Medicare contracts. Enrollment in Sonder Health Plans depends on contract renewal.
Life takes a toll on our bodies. No way around it. Whether it's sitting hours on end at your computer or working a physical job, over time, your body pays the price. There is, however, an effective way to turn back the clock on pain. Relief Factor. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor helps support your body's response to inflammation. The difference, instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it for good. And it's 100% drug-free. If the pains that come with living a full life are affecting you, do as so many others have. Turn back the clock on pain with Relief Factor. Their 3-week quick start is just $19.95, less than $1 a day. When you feel good, it's amazing how much more you get out of life. So visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Try it for only $19.95. While we can't stop aging, not yet, we can stop pain. Turn back the clock with Relief Factor.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Monday, November 4th. Only one day left before Election Day, and in Georgia, over 4 million Georgians have participated in early voting. Nearly 56% of registered voters already have cast their ballots, leaving approximately 3 million registered voters yet to vote. Voters planning to vote on Election Day need to visit their designated polling place. Anyone in line by 7 is entitled to cast their ballot. Georgia Republicans and the Trump campaign are pursuing further legal action after alleging coordinated efforts by Democrat-heavy counties that accepted ballots after the early voting period ended. The lawsuit named 7 counties: Clayton, Cobb, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Fulton, Chatham, and Athens-Clarke County. And in sports, Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins threw for 222 yards and 3 touchdowns as the first-place Atlanta Falcons handed the Dallas Cowboys their 3rd straight loss. The Falcons improved their record to 6-3 with a 27-21 win. They will head to New Orleans next week to take on the Saints at 1 p.m. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Extra 106.3.
Big country call out to the folks who are supporting the Extra 106.3 and 680 The Fan Veterans Golf Classic at Heritage Golf Links. Henri's Bakery, Scana Energy, Zero FG, which everybody's drinking in the studio this morning, Realtree Apparel, Panther Plumbing, and Two-Way Radio Gear. there's so many more that we could name, but we won't bog you down with all of them right now. But there's so many great companies that care about our men and women in uniform. They care about our veterans, and they are supporting this golf tournament. And it all benefits the Warrior Alliance, which is down on the first floor of our building. They are the official veteran organization for the Atlanta Braves and do incredible, extraordinary work. I mean, this is an organization that will help a guy like me that is well-adjusted and got out of the military and have done just fine to realize what is available to me through the Veterans Affairs folks, which is, typically not very easy to navigate. You can ask Joey Jones about that. It is difficult to navigate the VA, but there are even benefits for me, like a guy that's never taken advantage, or in extreme cases when folks are homeless and need so much help and everything in between. That's what the Warrior Alliance does. So visit them on the web. warrioralliance.org is the website.
It is a cool day.
What's that?
Just getting a chance to play golf and take part in that tournament and everything that goes along with it. Always look forward to it.
No doubt about it. It's one of those things that I'm particularly glad that our company takes part in. We help out a lot, right? Dickey Broadcasting is very active with Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, and we're very active with a lot of different organizations that impact our listeners' lives every day. And we have a lot of veterans in this audience, so it's important to make sure that we're backing them up too.
Yeah, it's cool because for years it was, Leukemia Lymphoma Society and also Camp Twin Lakes. And so to have also something that benefits our veterans is, I think it's really that trifecta of trying to serve the community.
No doubt about it. I'll just start by saying there's so many people in this office that are on pins and needles. And I don't know if they listen to us enough to have an opinion. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But you can just see the entire office is on edge. Like they don't know which way to go.
Yeah.
One in particular that I'm staring at right now, he I know which way he's going to vote. There's no doubt in my mind. But at the very same time,
I like this person.
Me too.
He does have a Joe Biden tattoo, which in retrospect, that does feel a little bit weird now that he's a dementia patient, right?
Man.
Yeah, I'm not sure who does that.
That's fine.
Yeah, I don't worship at the altar of Trump. I hope he wins. I think he's the better candidate. I think he's proven over and over and over.
You're not getting a Trump campaign tattoo?
I'm not.
Come on.
Are you going to?
No.
Joey, are you getting one? Nope. No. Lowe's?
Please, I even have a tattoo.
I have one.
Come on.
I have one that I regret getting when I was in the military.
If I was going to get a tattoo, my first one, I need a face of Trump.
Yeah.
I love it. Trump 2024.
I need the flag behind him and him getting up saying to fight. I need it right on my chest.
Okay, I might get that one.
Okay, so Rhino's already changed his mind, buddy. You're going to lure him in.
That's a pretty cool picture.
It is a great picture. How many people?
It's probably going to be history. I mean, that's history.
Gosh,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah. I get his mugshot, actually. That'd be cool. Right on my back.
But don't y'all feel like, because
back shoulder, it just pops out randomly in your shirts?
Yeah.
Just wear the overalls with no shirt.
Right.
I'm just telling you, man, I worry about the America that our kids are going to inherit, right? Because to the victors go the spoils, that they can write it any way that they want to write it. I wonder how in 25, 30 years from now, the events that we're living through right now will show up in educational textbooks. Or educational materials, because I guess they don't use textbooks anymore. But that's the thing that scares me.
We had this discussion because it is going to be a factor. We have been looking to move further north from our home. Just as you guys, you and your wife have been looking to sell your home and get into somewhere smaller. As your empty nesters. Yeah, it's just what it is. The policies of this administration has now made it very difficult. In fact, there was a really good note that was given to us by one of our realtor friends. Do you know that 79% of the mortgages in this country are 3.5% or less? So the idea that you have Americans trading up to get into the 6s or the 7s, it's stalled out the entirety of the marketplace.
Because why would you do that?
Why would you do it? So you've only got about 20% of the country that's going, man, I really wish I had a 2.5% or a 3%. So the policies of this country have made it to where it's stalled out people's lives. This is a real factor.
We can't move.
No.
First of all, we wouldn't be able to afford a home in our own neighborhood because the values have shot up. Now, that sounds splendid on the surface. Man, my house has doubled in price. Look at me go. It's nothing to do with that.
Well,
it's
you got generational wealth because you're
that
white.
too, yes.
Your
of course.
dollar buys
of course,
less.
That's exactly right. So as soon as I sell my house for that inflated value, I'm going to have to turn around and buy a house that has inflated value, and every piece of equity that I have in my home would be wiped away. Thank you, Kamala Harris.
So my property up in Hiawassee, even the thought process behind that was, well, we could sell that and get another house. And then I kept looking going, wait, no, I can't. No, I can't because I'm almost doubling what I would be paying in my mortgage rates and my interest payments. And obviously, the interest rate would be too much for me to even think about. So it's actually better for me to just hold on, keep paying for that, and hopefully rent it out to someone who, I'm not going to price gouge like a corporation. Hopefully I can find someone who will look and go, okay, yeah, I get that. But now that's what a lot of people are doing. Instead of, it just makes more sense now. But we would go even further in 4 years. Think about what they're trying to do with unrealized capital gains. Do you know how quick I could lose my farm, lose my house, lose my property, or anyone else that might be in that situation, especially in those low-income families? That's why they will not tell the truth. That's why Kamala Harris will come back with a no comment, because she realizes the people who she panders to are going to be hurt more by her and her presidency than any other presidency out there.
Every major purchase right now, for anyone who's looking into anything, is waiting to see what happens tomorrow night. Across the board, doesn't matter. I've talked with people from Georgia on into Florida, and everybody says the same thing. They want to see what happens because they do believe that the Trump administration will be more pro-business, more pro-economic activity. That's going to be part of it. But I think about even the idea of the unrealized gains. We had that discussion in my home, and it really came down to when I gave my wife the math of if this was ever instituted, here's what we would be taxed.
Every year
on our property in Florida. And her just looking at it, and she just goes, oh, we can't have it. I was like, yeah, thank you. That's the reaction.
So give up your life for Kamala Harris.
Exactly.
But she's willing to do it.
Yes.
But
here's the part.
How is your wife so beautiful and smart and
this one thing?
Because you have to understand that we are the anomaly. Yeah. Us in this room are the anomaly. The people who listen to this program, you are the anomaly. You are the 1%. The idea of unrealized capital gains on unrealized gains,
bad.
That is something that has been put forth by her administration that they no longer talk about. Yet, if that was ever instituted, suddenly you're going to have property being unloaded as quickly as possible. And the part about my wife, she'd never even heard about that.
Yeah, but don't worry. Fat Bill Gates will take care of your food and everything for you so we can get rid of the farms and allow him to make your food. That's so sick, man.
The scariest part about that, think about who comes in and swoops in and buys all that property. It's people like Bill Gates. It's people like huge corporations.
People who want to control your food supply.
But just huge corporations then will own swaths of neighborhoods and then charge anything that they want to charge, which I'm in favor of. Charge anything you want. But I'm not in favor of neighborhoods being owned by corporations. That's a bad recipe.
When the World Economic Forum, and when they get together, it's almost like a collection of Bond villains.
Yeah.
Right? These are like the richest people in the world, the most powerful, the most influential people. When they were talking about you'll own nothing and be happy, did you think they were kidding?
No.
You shouldn't have.
We didn't.
You shouldn't ever think that.
Their plan is to make you a nation of renters, that everything you get comes from the state. That is a globalist communist view. Everything you get depends on the state.
I don't know why they continue to support this idea of, and it's so funny because they play this with every race. They just kind of go from one to the other. Now we got to talk about indigenous people giving their property back. And then you're like, I don't know where you want to begin with this because it doesn't make any sense. None of us took it. We all came here as immigrants. We all want an American dream. Well, you can't have it. They can. This can't. It is so bizarre that people continue to vote for this idea that, hey, we're going to run your life for you. We'll give you your food. We'll price control. They're telling you what they're going to do. And if you don't believe them, well, I feel sorry for you if you're standing in those lines. Luckily, I go to True Prep and I've got food for, as long as I need it.
You're being led around by your nose. And I know that's an old saying, but it's the truth. And that's what's happening. You have to pay attention. Just like I explained to me, because it came up at our house this weekend, the firing line thing. My wife's like, why would he say that? And I was like, let's go listen to what he actually said. Let's go listen to all of it. Yeah. Let's go listen to the entirety of it. But people are so easily influenced. And I'm talking very smart people. My wife's a brilliant woman. And she just got part of the story because that's all they want you to have is part of the story. That's what the mainstream media does. It's 96% pointing to voting for Kamala Harris. Do not fall for mainstream media propaganda.
So when I sit and I'm going to listen to the remaining hour and a half of John Fetterman, and I'm going to listen to his policies and how he views the world and all those sorts of things, just the same way I've done with Bernie Sanders, the same way I've done it with FDR, and the same way I've done it with J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. Doesn't that make it a little bit more where I'm a little bit have tiny bit more expertise than somebody who watched 3 minutes of CBS?
Or less than 3 minutes.
But
the cut was only about 30 seconds.
I hear from people in these lives all the time. So one of, the Democrats that I kind of get along with, and we actually have, conversations, he comes to me with the lies of, well, I can't believe you're upset about Joe Biden, saying garbage when Trump called all hers garbage, or time after time, because the Lincoln Project put out a video and cut out the parts where he's talking about Kamala Harris calling garbage, or talking about the border bill being garbage and saying, no, he didn't mean the bill. He meant all of her supporters. Right. They will do anything to defend something that is not true, and they continue to do that, and it's a shame. I wish people would wake up, because we are more educated in this, because we do care about listening to both sides. There are plenty of things Democrats say, Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, that I understand and I realize I may not agree with 100%, but at least I know where they're going. I read a bill because I want to know the truth. So I know that the first 90 pages of the border bill, and I'm putting those in quotes, is all about sending money to somebody else and taking care of other countries rather than people at home. That's all we need to know.
I take issue with, and knowing both sides are going to give you their end of the story. That's how it's going to be, and I'm completely fine with that. I take issue with your Kamala Harris HQs and all the other Twitter things that are out there, the Twitter sites, that will basically hack apart in the way that I do for comedy, where I will take something somebody said, I edit it, I make it all crazy sounding, and I put it out on the air. Done that for years. But I've never thought to myself, hey, how about I try and win an election by doing essentially a hard edit on these things? Whereas on Trump's side, it's let me just lay out what they're saying.
Yeah.
In their own words.
But could you imagine, not only, when you do it by yourself, they're doing it with the help of every other mainstream media outlet.
96% of media is leftist.
They're helping.
If you think you're not influenced by media, even though you don't take in like a traditional media, maybe you listen to us like an alternative media or a citizen journalist or something, 96% of the media is filtered through Democrat point of view. So you are influenced by it. You just have to recognize it.
I'll give you an example. So do you remember in, Rocky 3, when Rocky's kind of on the outs and Apollo Creed has to helps him train him?
Yep.
And at the time, Rocky makes it a point like, hey, let's wait for tomorrow. And Apollo Creed gets mad at him. Remember what he tells him? There is no tomorrow. All right. Yeah. I can't tell you how many times that is aired on our sports radio station where it'll be a Braves game. It'll be like, well, it's game 2 of the series. There is no tomorrow. No, there is. It's a 7-game series. Yeah. There is tomorrow.
Yeah, right.
You make one little edit, and it becomes the funniest thing you play back and forth. Now, again, that's done for comedy's sake.
Not
Kamala
for
Harris is doing these hard edits strictly for an election.
Influence.
It's a lie. It's what it is.
8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. When we come back, the list of names you're called for voting for Donald Trump continues to grow. Next on Extra 106.3. The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
The only country in the world that had the ability to destroy the rest of the world and take it over and didn't do it.
We stopped the war, saved the planet, and then said, go live, you Germans can have Germany, Russia can have Russia. I mean, we didn't take their land. We could have taken them all.
We'd have salted the earth.
In fact,
they never rise again.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
One day away. That's it until the election. And are you prepared? Well, I hope you're prepared for the election. But what would happen if Donald Trump were to win in a landslide victory and let's just say, groups would take the streets, Democrats, and light everything on fire, including some of your favorite places to get your groceries, or just destroy your entire neighborhood. You don't want to go out. Well, I hope you're prepared. I hope you're prepared in case of any emergency, because you always have looters. You always have things like hurricanes and storms that do affect your everyday life. And then you have events like, I don't know what might happen on November 6th. So make sure that you're prepared. Make sure that you have these things. Freeze-dried food. Whether it's prepackaged or you want to do it yourself with the Harvest Right freeze dryer, there's only one place you can do that. That's True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. Your freeze-dried food, your water filtration. You can only live 3 days without water. Make sure that you have a good supply ready to go. And they have all the filtration needs right there at True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. First aid kits, firearms, the largest selection of AR-15s, firearm accessories, and ammo. And I'll tell you right now, tell them Rhino sent you. They're going to take good care of you, but they already have the lowest prices around. You can grab it, bring it home right away, and put it away. But if you're new to it, they even have a workshop. And the workshop, Intro to Emergency Preparedness, or your Get Home bag, your Bug Out bag class, your Stop the Bleed class. These are important things that you need to know. And since they are locally owned and operated, Joey, Matt, Amy, all the professionals down at True Prep, they're going to take care of you, especially if you tell them Rhino sent you over there. So go visit them in Marietta on Cobb Parkway, or go online and check out all the great workshops that they have at trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
You may know that ATL Turf Co. has become a leader in artificial grass design and installation services, but you may not know that ATL Turf Co. is a large artificial grass distributor. We only sell U.S.-made, premium name brand turf at factory direct pricing below wholesale. And now we're open to the public with large inventories of lawn and landscape, putting green, athletic, and pet turf on sale. Plus, all remnants are on sale for only $1 per square foot, direct from Dalton to our warehouse in Kennesaw. Visit atlturfco.com to learn more. atlturfco.com.
This is Bruce Hagan, the people's lawyer. When I started my firm, it was with the idea of providing personal representation for personal injury cases. We treat everybody like family, and it makes me so proud to work with my son to provide a great family-oriented law firm.
This is Matt Hagan. As a father-son team, we know the importance of working together to get our clients back on their feet. Let us here at Hagan Law be your advocates. You can find everything you need to know at hagan-law.com.
hagan-law.com.
Georgia, it's time to make our voices heard. The Georgia Republican Party is committed to protecting our families, our freedoms, and our way of life. In the upcoming 2024-25 elections, we're dedicated to informing, educating, attracting, and inviting all Georgians to vote Republican at every level, state, local, and federal. Your support is crucial. Donations of any size are welcomed and appreciated. Visit gagop.org to donate today, and together, let's make Georgia's future friendly and prosperous for everyone in Georgia. gagop.org.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911. Online at stopmyed.com.
Live and local news talk continues at 3 p.m. with Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. It's the Kimmer Show, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra until 10. And rest in peace, Peanut, by the way. Something that we've not talked about this morning that blew up on social media.
This has got to be the biggest story of the year so far, no? This is the October surprise.
I think so, man.
Peanut lovers everywhere.
I went back and watched a whole bunch of videos of Peanut, and if you don't know what Peanut is, Peanut was a rescue.
Treat me that way, because I had no idea when you were sending me R.I.P. Peanut the squirrel.
I apologize. I didn't mean to. I'd seen it late Friday night, I think.
That was the best text I got.
And so
what
Peanut,
the hell?
There's a man in New York who he basically found a squirrel that had been injured, and he raised it up, and it became a pet. And then he started an animal sanctuary for injured animals and whatever. And so the state of New York, I guess, has laws against having a squirrel as a pet, and they raided his home, took the pet squirrel, and euthanized it.
I think he had another pet too, a raccoon.
Yeah.
So this was one of those things again where my girlfriend Erin raised she's done squirrels, she's done raccoons and possum to save their lives because she loves animals altogether. This would have been that moment if she didn't make a decision. That would have been it right there. Point. Squirrel. Yeah, or Peanut, the squirrel. It just kind of shows government overreach. Who are you to tell me I can't rehabilitate squirrels? I don't like squirrels. I like shooting them with shotguns. That's me.
Right.
But at the same time, if there's somebody who's like, hey, please don't shoot that. I'll take care of it. I'll get it off your roof. I'd be like, please go ahead and get it. Because there are many times that I'm like, hey, I got raccoons. I need you to come get them. And they're like, we're going to kill them. And I'm like, yeah, whatever you need to do. And then somebody like my son is animal lovers like, Dad, don't let them kill them. I'm like, hey, can you at least tell them you're going to release it at the farm?
Yeah, exactly. So in New York, they did this, and it became a viral discussion.
He wore a
viral
cowboy hat.
Story. It was incredible. This little squirrel that he had rehabilitated, running around the house. He would feed it. This thing was doing tricks, and I mean, it was just a cool story. And I'm not sure. I can't say, man. I got squirrels in my attic one time, and we had to get 10 of them out of there. It was awful. But has nothing to do with the other.
If you told me that you were housing an adult chimpanzee in your apartment, I'd say that probably shouldn't happen. This is a bad idea. If you said you were breeding, black mambas, I'd say, well, it's probably a bad idea. The state has a right to probably get involved here. It's a squirrel.
Yeah.
And if this isn't the epitome of the government's letting you know who's in charge on a regular basis whenever they can.
And they have so many
it's
other...
just a squirrel.
Right. They have so many other pressing issues in New York. I mean, Times Square, people are afraid to go down there. Neil Board says, I don't even get off the cruise ship when we take a cruise, and it stops in New York these days. So there's bad that's happening across that city nonstop. It used to be maybe the greatest city in the world. Now it's questionable if that's the case, but they had nothing else to do, nothing else to focus on, but raiding a man who raised a squirrel. I grew up in Northwest Georgia, man. People eat squirrels, they raise squirrels. Sure. I mean, that's just part of growing up there. Wouldn't be out of the ordinary at all. Maybe in New York it's out of the ordinary, but it didn't matter because they went and decided they were going to put it down.
I don't know why I don't have a Squirrel Lives Matter t-shirt yet, but I will.
Right. Or don't tread on me with the little Peanuts picture.
But this is again, New York is such it's gone so downhill. I love New York more than anything else in the world at one point. And then I got to a point where I realized the overreach of that government. When you hear like a Kathy Hochul and the things she says, and I'm sure we're going to talk about that as well. But the reality of what they do in New York is you're too dumb to actually run your own life. You don't have the right to. You know who does? Kathy Hochul, who told black people that, they don't really know how to use a computer. She's also the one telling people they're not allowed to have a squirrel. This person is full of hate. Democrats are full of hate. They don't care about anyone, but once you find somebody like that, and poor Peanut, rest in peace.
R.I.P.
I think this is a big issue for a lot of people, but it does go to show how the government gets to tell you how to run your life.
Well, if I can knock on your door and take away what matters to you, what do you got then?
Not just knock on your door,
because that's what I'm going to do.
Raid you.
I'm going to show you. Every now and then, you got to show. You got to. What you got to do.
Just like with your kids, a little bit.
Well, it's like the coach that turns over the table.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's for effect. In this case, it's I just want to show you right before we get near an election. you better not get a little crazy here.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're going to let you know who's really in charge. You better not mess with the state.
And who but their Gestapo, a white liberal woman, was the one who called them, complained, and had the FBI. Was it the FBI who raided? I can't remember. It was the FBI. They raided this man. They didn't knock on the door and be like, hey, listen, the crazy white lady next door is really complaining that you have a squirrel living here. Do you have a squirrel? And then at least they could add, I'm rehabilitating. What else can I do? I run a rescue. I'm taking care of these animals that should be taken care of. Why are you worrying about what Aunt Peg next door is freaking out about? The fact that my squirrel's never hurt her, never left the house. It jumps off my curtain onto my shoulder. We hang out. It wears a cowboy hat. Relax. But this is Tim Walz. This is Kamala Harris. It's an exact representation of the way this country will be run. Tim Walz already proved it. Have your neighbors call on the other neighbors, report them to the government, and we'll send in our military police.
And we'll shoot paintballs at them. That's what they'll do.
Or take your animals and kill them.
Or take your animals and kill them in the case of Peanut. But that's what Kathy Hochul and Tim Walz do, right? They drum up these pretty much fake nonsense about Donald Trump, and they run with it. They do that continuously. It's all over every newscast because, Rhino, that is all they have. Fear. They're running on fear. They're not running to better your life. They're not running to improve healthcare or the economy or inflation or the housing crisis. They're not running on any of that. They've mentioned it 0 times. What they're running on is fear. That's what motivates people.
Well, they know they can't win unless they just make him out to be Hitler, and they continue down that path that they're a bunch of fascists. And Tim Walz has done a really good job doing this because, well, nobody's ever going to actually fact check him and say, hey, this is ridiculous. But when it comes to Kathy Hochul in New York, the things that they've done, she's doubling down on every rhetoric that they've thrown out there, especially the anti-woman, anti-abortion, and she keeps throwing out those lies. This weekend, she said, if you vote for him, then you also are anti-abortion. Well, yeah, I am. And you should be more, pro-abortion. And then the anti-woman. You're an anti-woman if you vote for Trump. If you cannot have your own opinions.
So John Fetterman, when he was on with Joe Rogan, he talked about what was going on in the country in 2016 versus when Mitt Romney was running. And he talked about places you could depend on Republican voters. That they were typically with Mitt Romney were going about 60-40 for Mitt Romney. He said Trump tapped into something where Republican areas were suddenly going 80-85 for Donald Trump. They were showing up in larger numbers in what they were doing. Donald Trump's not going to win New York, but I want to see what he gets there.
Yeah, right? Just to see how much he moved the needle.
Have the people decided that this is enough? Now, it won't be enough to win anything, but have you then seen that the city joins in with the northern part of the state in saying, we need some balance here, man.
Let's say you don't get it this time, because you're not. He's not going to win the state. But let's say, 10, 15, 20 years down the road, could what happens in this election influence the voting in New York and make it at least a competitive state? That's what you want to know. That's what you're trying to find out.
Like, for instance, Rhino, it went 60-37 in the 2020 election.
Yeah.
What if it goes 55-45? What if it's closer to 54-46? I mean, that's inroads at that point.
What I think he's doing in California, what I think he's doing in New York is never going to win those states. But what it is going to do is it gives him a chance to get the popular vote. And that's really damaging to Democrats if you start getting the popular vote and the electoral vote. And that's where I think he's going to make ends meet. But the reality is it's the other offices, the AOCs, that really are starting to change, and you're starting to see, look, Jamal Bowman thrown out right away by New Yorkers because they're tired of it. So I'm hoping that Trump is getting into New York so that we can affect some of those other seats.
What Biden and Harris messed up so badly is that they didn't legislate. They ruled like they had a mandate. They immediately were opening up the border. We're going to spend like crazy people. This is what we're doing. We're going to mandate these shots. We're going to tell you all the stuff you need to do. If Trump wins, not just wins the election, but if he was to win the popular vote, that's a mandate because no Republican has done that since 2004.
Here's her exact quote, by the way, Kathy Hochul. This is how scared she is of New York. Ready? You're anti-abortion. Basically, you're anti-American if you vote for anybody who supports Donald Trump.
Trump and the Muslim vote next on Xtra 106.3.
time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, the election is tomorrow. About half of the people have already cast their votes. And forgive me, I hope I'm wrong, but I pretty much would have to bet on Kamala Harris winning the race right now, because Donald Trump has run a pathetic campaign, almost like he didn't want to win. So let me give you a little taste of life under Kamala Harris. She wants to lower the cost of living, not through sound economic policy, mind you, but through government controls. She wants anti-price gouging laws. So how does that work? Let me just use one simple little example. A terrible hurricane in Florida, or a massive power outage somewhere else. People have food in the freezers. They want to save their food. They need ice, but the stores run out of ice quickly. Why? Well, because for one thing, they can't raise the price to meet the increased demand. So some people get the bright idea that they're going to load up refrigerated trucks with ice and bring it to the troubled areas. That's an extra expense, folks, and they'll have to charge extra money. But Kamala Harris and her anti-price gouging laws will say, no, that will be a federal crime. You cannot do that. Okay, fine, we won't. And people will go without ice. They will lose the food in their freezers and end up having to spend even more money. But Kamala Harris will have her anti-price gouging laws, and that should make everything fine. She's an economic idiot, folks, and she's going to be your next president. God, I hope I'm wrong. And think about the leaders of the world. North Korea, China, Russia. Can't you see them quaking in their boots over Kamala Harris as the commander-in-chief of the American Armed Forces? Yeah, right. Hope I'm wrong. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Tune into your new favorite show that's redefining the A to Z's of marketing, The Marketing Madmen. We'll take you behind the scenes of successful campaigns and reveal the strategies that win. We're not just talking about marketing, we're making it happen. From viral content creation to leveraging AI for customer engagement, our experts bring you to the cutting edge of industry. This is your playbook for market dominance. Tune in and transform your approach with actionable tips that could skyrocket your ROI. The Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. right here on Extra 106.3.
Hey, are you paying crazy rates for your health insurance? Call Doug Moore at 770-697-0100. Your health insurance cost shouldn't look like a house payment. Are you tired of having things not covered, like doctor visits, labs, etc.? Doug can help, so call him at 770-697-0100. Doug sells all forms of health insurance. His plans have no deductibles, and you don't have to switch doctors. If you're paying too much for health insurance, Doug can help. He has over 20 years experience. You can go to his website and request a quote. Go to yourchoicehealthplan.net. That's yourchoicehealthplan.net, or call his cell phone at 770-697-0100. Doug can make a plan that you will be able to use. Call 770-697-0100 and he can help. Or go to his website to request a quote, yourchoicehealthplan.net, and contact him. Doug says don't fret. Go to yourchoicehealthplan.net and he can bring rates down. 770-697-0100.
Isn't it funny how the Democrats always focus on the bad part of American history and they never talk about the good part of American history?
Yeah.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and
We have one last day to make up our minds. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. One last day before the election.
To be honest with you, I'm still weighing it.
She's in Bucks County, Pennsylvania.
My mind wants to do one thing, my heart wants to do another thing. So it's a struggle. It's an interior, a struggle.
Vice President Harris will spend the day crisscrossing her state, going from Scranton to Allentown to Pittsburgh to Philadelphia, ending her campaign with a star-studded rally tonight with Oprah on stage with the vice president.
In these final hours, let us remember that there is power in knowing that we are together.
That was Harris at a rally last night in Michigan, where former President Trump will end his campaign tonight with a final rally in Grand Rapids.
Under my leadership, we are quickly going to turn this
economic nightmare into an economic miracle.
That was in Georgia. The former president will also go to Pennsylvania today, rallying in Reading and Pittsburgh. His first event is in an hour in Raleigh, North Carolina, where this Trump supporter was among many lined up for hours.
There must be an incredible love for this country to do what he's doing, and that's what we felt in 2016. We're feeling it today.
Fox's Aisha Hosni reports from Raleigh.
It's like mind-blowing how many people, more than half the state, I want to say 50, probably even higher percent, has already voted. And the Trump team is super excited because more Republicans, registered Republicans, have voted than registered Democrats.
GOP voters have also cast more ballots than Democrats in Arizona, but Democrats have the early edge in Pennsylvania. In all, more than 77 million Americans have voted early, almost half of all votes cast in 2020. A legend in the music business has died, Quincy Jones. He produced Michael Jackson's Thriller, worked with many other stars, from Ray Charles to Frank Sinatra, made award-winning music for movies and TV shows as well. Like Sanford and Son. Quincy Jones won 28 Grammys, was in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He died in his Los Angeles home at the age of 91. America's listening to Fox News.
An official message from Medicare.
Couple more minutes, and we'll start this month's book club.
You know, I usually love a plot twist, but this year, I'm comparing my options during Medicare open enrollment.
You can't assume your current health or drug plan is the best one for you.
And you gotta make sure your drugs are covered. That's important.
So is saving money.
Review all your options at Medicare.gov. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The big wireless carriers want you to overpay for data you don't need, but you don't have to settle for that. With Pure Talk, you get to choose how much data you actually want. For just $25 a month, enjoy unlimited talk, text, and 5 gigs of data, plus mobile hotspot. Stop overpaying and switch to Pure Talk today. Dial pound 250 and say the keyword Pure Talk to switch and save 50% off your first month with Pure Talk. Dial pound 250 and say Pure Talk for an additional 50% off.
Does your friend listen to an old station whose news gives them the blues? Set your friend right. Tell him to download the Extra 1063 app.
Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Extra. The memes are flying this morning over Peanut the squirrel that we talked about in the last segment. If you missed it, there was a man in New York who...
Carlos is caught up.
He had got the squirrel that was injured. He rehabilitated Peanut, and Peanut was doing really, really good. Somebody complained. The state of New York came in, took Peanut the squirrel and a raccoon that he was nursing back to health, too, and put them both down, just bullets to the head. That's what Joey told me. They were bullets to the head. I don't know that they did that, and I think it's probably more of a shot.
Definitely bullets to the head.
Euthanasia, but still... Poor
50 cal.
It was terrible. Anyway, it goes. This man didn't do anything wrong, and this is the government overreach that we're always talking about when they say, "Oh, that's not going to happen to us." Yes, it will.
Elon Musk several hours ago tweeted out a Simpsons cartoon that has a bus driver, and it says, "Don't make me tap this sign," and the sign reads, "If they will raid a house for a squirrel, there sure is S going to come after you."
Elon's gotten it right so often lately, and he's definitely right here.
Dude is breaking the media and breaking all of politics.
And they hate him for it.
I love it.
Don't forget that there are many people who walked into the Capitol, greeted by Capitol police officers, told to stay in the stanchions, took pictures, and then the FBI came and took them. And took their pocket constitutions and called it propaganda and dangerous rhetoric. The Constitution, by the way. This is the same group that came and took Peanut the squirrel. There's no difference. This is just one of their Gestapo members in New York that did it, the FBI, the weaponized government, to take something. This is a scary thought. And I know at first, on top, it thinks, hey, this is silly. They're complaining about a squirrel. But I think Elon Musk is right. Today it's a squirrel. Tomorrow it's your Bible. Tomorrow it's something else they disagree with.
Trump is going after the Muslim vote in several places, but specifically Michigan. And I just read a headline from Rolling Stone magazine. This should be good.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this one.
Trump demonized Muslims. Now he's winning some of them over. You just hear the change in direction. The former president is making inroads in Arab American communities in Michigan, despite the Muslim travel ban and bigoted rhetoric. This is the kind of nonsense that the magazine Rolling Stone has always spit out. They're as leftist as they possibly could come, but there are plenty of other places you can get this same nonsense. I think Muslim Americans are probably going, hey, man, our life was better 4 years ago. I know they say all these things that he's supposed to be for, yet he's never shown me any of them.
Well, I think there's two things at play. Number one, that, like you said. But number two, these are not the Arab Americans that are coming across the border illegally. These aren't the ones that are going to fly planes into the World Trade Center. They're not radicalized. They're Arab Americans. They're Muslim Americans who have come here to get away from the Taliban, to get away from Hamas and Hezbollah and all those that have controlled their lives and never allowed them get to where they want to be as humans and have the basic rights. So now they're looking and saying, wait, who will stop the wars? We enjoyed peacetime. We don't want other family members that are caught up in this actually to die. There's only one person that'll bring peace.
I really hope that the warmonger message is resonating. Because that, for the longest time, was, well, look what Donald Trump will do. He'll put us into World War III. Actually, it was pretty peaceful during his 4-year run. Mm-hmm. We didn't have any of the problems that we were having around the world during that time period. Now, I know the Democrat will always come forth and say, well, that's because Trump was friendly with Putin.
Right.
Right. Yeah, so friendly that he decided to invade the country once you were in charge.
And if you look at
so strange.
If you look at what is happening in Iran now, as they are planning to attack Israel, and they're given all these, really frightening possibilities of what it could be, their attack could be. They're so strong in their value of Kamala Harris. They're open about their desire to have Kamala Harris win the presidential election because they know Kamala's not going after their infrastructure. Kamala's not going after their nuclear weapons. Kamala will give them a free pass to continue doing exactly what they've been doing.
So when you talk about the backing that Donald Trump enjoys from Muslim Americans, Arab Americans, that's real, in part because anyone who's not radicalized really loves peace. It's just kind of, it's universal for all people. I thought one of the crazier ads I saw over the weekend, don't know if it was on Saturday or Sunday, but there was an ad that actually talked about how Donald Trump is going to lift the sanctions on Iran. What? I mean, you,
the one who put
this side gave them the pallets of money and said, you know what, you can have all your money back. Have at it. Oh, you're going to use it for humanitarian aid? Well, then by all means, go ahead. All means.
What? By the way, what's your idea of humanitarian aid? Destroying everybody else except for us. The reality of it is Barack Obama sent $1.7 trillion for them to use to build nuclear weapons and everything else. Look, Donald Trump may have just kind of made a few mistakes with Iran. That's going to happen. But the reality is, what he did do is keep them calm, keep them in place, and make sure
bankrupt them pretty much.
And bankrupt them.
If they don't have money, they can't influence things.
Yeah, and that was the most important part. Whether or not you want to play games with what he said or who he talked to, and whether he's buddy with them, he got the ultimate goal done, which is using diplomacy to bring down a crazy leader. Now we've got North Korea's leader going, "Hey, I'll come help Russia." You got Iran going, "Hey, we'll do what we can. Let's all take out everybody we can."
So I know this one DJ who works on the weekends and does some weekend weekday shows too in the Carolinas, and his name is Taliban Tug.
Yeah,
now
I know
Taliban Tug is a Taliban person when it comes to country music. Loves country music, loves shows. That's what he's fanatical about, even though he's named Taliban Tug. So let's say if you gave Taliban Tug an extra $100,000 a year, what do you think Taliban Tug's going to do with it? Probably go see more country shows, more country trips, spend it more on country music.
Yeah.
All right, what do you think terrorist regimes do when you give them more money?
Yeah. They do the things that they've always done.
With more money.
With more money. More
and
resources.
thank you. That was the Biden-Harris plan. Let's give them more money, and wink, wink, they won't do terrorism with it.
How many times have I told y'all there are Iranian sympathizers in every level of the federal government? I was not kidding about that. It's been there it was through the Obama administration. Unfortunately, still in there when the Trump administration was there because they didn't realize how deep the swamp was. They knew that there was a swamp. They didn't realize how deep it was, and they continue to be there to this moment.
This is why I agree with Trump that you need to have your head examined if you're Jewish and you're voting liberal in any regard whatsoever. You're either not really serious or you're a traitor to your people, because the reality of it is they have weaponized against the Jewish people for so long. We're the most oppressed group. Black, voters can sit and say one thing, but for thousands upon thousands of years, they've taken Jews, put them into slavery, done these horrible things. And then when you look as a Democrat, if you're a Jewish Democrat and you go, Trump is Hitler, but we elected 8 people into Congress that actually called for the genocide of all Jews. Like, we need to really look at the progressives that continue to call for the death of Jews. The reality is they are getting away with anti-Semitism like I've never seen. They kept Jews out of school. If that is not the most dangerous thought process out of a Democrat's mind, then I don't know what is. And if you vote for that as a Jew, well, just don't speak to me.
I just think the Taliban tug would fix a lot of problems.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with all that money.
Give me all that loot.
Suddenly, everybody gets more country music.
That's right, man. I'm
We're
telling you.
We're going to spread love everywhere. And peace and friendliness.
By the way.
We'd be promoting, like, the independent artists that get no love. They're just trying to make it. They don't have enough for the merch that they need to sell, to recording studio time. I'd fix all that.
It would be all with peace.
Yes.
Similar to what Donald Trump is talking about. Yeah. Everyone loves peace. Peace is good for everybody. So is country music. Taliban tug. Make it happen.
Love Taliban tug.
It's encouraging when you see in Hamtramck, Michigan, which is a densely populated, as Rolling Stone calls it, enclave of Metro Detroit. I would never speak that way, so I wanted to note that it came from Rolling Stone. But they're talking about how all of these people are out in front of a Trump rally with signs that says Yemeni Americans are with Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. This is a good thing. Now, Rolling Stone, of course, sees that as the worst thing that they've ever seen in their whole life. They can't believe it. Not because they truly believe Donald Trump is bigoted. They just know it could really put a thumb on the scale for Donald Trump in Michigan, a must-win state.
But we've been talking about this for a long time. Remember, the ones that are out, pretending to be Arab Americans, wearing keffiyehs with their blonde hair, their blue eyes, and queers for Palestine and all that, that's not the same group as these actual Muslims, these actual Muslim voters. Those are the people that Carlos Medina has told you and eloquently, said, hey, they're just taking that hat off, and it was a BLM hat the week before. These are actual Muslims who go, hey, we want peace in the region, and we understand there's no real two-part solution or two-state solution, that these people who are terrorists need to be wiped out.
I think we got to recognize what Donald Trump was able to accomplish. When you talk about the Abraham Accords and the idea of making it now a realistic, functioning exchange of goods and services, not merely technology, across the Middle East, and a recognition of, yes, this country should exist. And yes, let's have trade between these Arab nations. The issue that you run into is Iran has zero interest in any of that. They're the fly in the ointment, okay? They're the turd in the punch bowl. Most of the rest of the Middle East, because of those accords, have looked at it and said there's real value of us having a relationship with Israel. It's Iran that's causing the big problem.
Absolutely.
Here.
Why it's so important that Trump wins, because he can foster that as he already has.
So whether you hear from Yemen, whether you hear from
Saudi Arabia,
any United Arab Emirates, there's a reason why the rest of them are looking over at Iran and like, ooh,
this is problematic.
But I'm supposed to pretend.
And I have so many friends that are Arab Americans and Muslim in religion, and they continue to be just some of the best people I've ever met in my life. And we continue to have great conversations, and they all feel the same way about this. Again, it's not the protesters. It's not the fake ones, the college students that are keeping Jews out. These are real Muslim Americans who came here to get away from terrorism and terrorists that run and ruin their lives.
It's always good to hear from Slatoon when we can, but I think he probably has some insight on this that he can share with us more than anybody else. Slatoon, good morning, bud.
Hey guys, how are you doing this morning?
Good.
As a Muslim American now, I do vote for Trump, and I like the Trump from the beginning because he cared about what we think. When it comes to Muslims, also everybody groups us at same. Not everybody. I'm just saying Democrats groups us at same category as Arabs. Mm-hmm. I have people tell me, "You are not Muslim. You are white." And stuff like that. But the problem is that Democrats don't see, there is few Muslim countries like Iran, Palestine, and I forgot the other ones, that are pretty much, they want dominance. They would destroy every single Muslim country if they gave hand on the nuclear weapons. And when I see protests here in America about this pro-Palestine groups, 10% it looks like it's for Middle East. The rest of it is just American white people.
Yes, it's like it's upper middle class to upper class white kids. Thank you, Slatoon.
The liberal cat lady shows up and she starts protesting and basically trying to speak for you.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow, what she'll do is she'll show up to the BLM rally.
Yep.
Then the next day, she'll show up to the Green rally.
Right.
And and it's always going to be the next one. It's always the same person doing the same stuff.
Look, Greta, the whitest girl I've ever seen in my life, Thunberg, decided all of a sudden she's going to put a keffiyeh on. And now all of a sudden she is for the Palestinian people. And there's one thing to stand up and look and say, hey, the people who are controlled by Hamas and Hezbollah and will not be able to live a normal life because they are trapped there. I care about those people. I do. I care about many of the civilians there. In fact, that's why Israel has a 20% Palestinian population, because those are the people who said, I'm done with having a terrorist organization run my life, take from me, cut off aid, and not allow me to have aid, and then blame somebody else for it. The reality is you need to start standing up against those terrorist groups. So this is where I think a lot of logical people, and especially the Muslim Americans that I've talked to and Arab Americans that I've talked to, have sat there and said, hey, listen, we don't like that. That's why we're here. We're getting away from it. And that's why I think they're moving to Trump.
No surprise, Google is pushing a leftist, socialist, communist idea and news ahead of the election. But man, Google is so far used by so many Americans, and this is not even close as far as the second most used Google or search engine, rather. And to me, this is what election interference looks like in the life of everyday Americans. You see it all the time on newscasts, and they're giving you a anti-Trump point of view, an anti-conservative point of view, and when you go and Google, what do you get? That exact same point of view. Everyone sees the internet, even if you don't watch the mainstream media news. If you don't do that at night, you're still being fed via your phone and via the internet all of those same ideas. If you were to go search, Media Research Center said they did an investigation of search results. The first positive story about Donald Trump is on the 5th page, the 8th story down. So you have to physically search and wade through all the bull crap to get to one positive story about Donald Trump. That is election interference. I don't care what anybody says. They are intentionally feeding you the stuff that is going to influence, or they hope that will influence you in the way you vote. There's nothing more that describes election interference than that, if you ask me.
It is so disturbing to see, because I'm watching as Donald Trump standing on stage going, hey, Google, thank you so much for giving. And then you continue to find out how they are trying to interfere in an election, how they're trying to push down stories that favor Donald Trump and continue to do that. Again, this is why I use DuckDuckGo, and I tell everybody else, please move over to DuckDuckGo. Get away from Google unless you need it for work. Like, we have our Google Docs that we kind of share. That's the only time I ever use it. I never search for information on it because I know that I'm not going to get any pro-Trump
or
news
just neutral.
or any just news,
or just,
right?
Yeah, anything that's not anti-Trump, anti-conservative, anti-Republican. That's all you're going to get. Ever.
Well, if you were to Google a handful of issues that comes to Kamala Harris and you see what comes back, for instance, if you try to look into the taxation of unrealized gains, they're going to give you the re-edited version, which is, well, it's only for people worth $100 million or more. But that wasn't the proposal. The proposal is, here's what's going to happen. Here's how it's going to be. And so that is how Google finds ways to steer opinion. It's when you go looking for things on your own to be better understanding of whatever the situation is. They're going to feed you stuff that's going to be according to the people that they want to elect.
When I tell you 96% of the news media is leftist, this is what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter that you don't watch CNN or MSNBC because they are finding ways to get it to you via your phone, via your internet access, via social media. They are still feeding it to you.
Yeah, they're going to continue to feed it to you, and I hope it, because when Donald Trump wins, do you think it's going to change? No, everything else is going to
double down.
Yeah, they're going to tell you that everything he's doing is, even though it's better for the country, that it's bad.
Oh, it's just round 6 of the 12-round fight.
Yeah, it's
like we're just getting into things if everything goes the way it goes on Tuesday night.
The number one mouthpiece of the Kamala campaign has been taken off the campaign trail. We'll talk about that next. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution. Since 1999, they're doing a roof giveaway for a deserving family. that is maybe struggling in this economy and can't get the roof repair or replacement they need, Southern Exteriors is going to provide it for one family this holiday season. Nominate a family at southernexteriors.co. southernexteriors.co.
Tomorrow, we decide the future of America. And Extra 106.3 is live and commercial-free all night with unmatched coverage of the 2024 presidential election.
Trust Extra 106.3 to be the voice you need right now.
The entire Extra staff is live starting after the Kimmer Show at 6 p.m. with Tug, Rhino, Los, Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder all live together on the air, live on YouTube, and streaming on the Extra app. Plus some of the biggest local and national voices sounding in on the results in real time, including the Talkmaster Neil Bortz, Janelle and Calvin King, Joey Jones, and many more. The best election night conversation and your calls all night until a winner is declared. All live on the Extra 106.3 app, streaming live on YouTube and over the air on the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM.
Extra 106.3 listeners are falling in love with Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell.
Me and my wife now find our favorite sandwich place. That food over there was great.
Yeah, those rolls are so soft and sweet. I mean, it was just melt in your mouth. It was, and the steak was tender and juicy and flavorful. I can't say enough about it. It was very, very impressive.
It was so good.
Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner. Nucky'sHoagies.com.
The end of the year is closing in, and with it, another tax year comes to an end. As you prepare to file your taxes, consider the efficiency of your tax strategy. Have you maximized your IRA and Roth contributions? Do you have an RMD strategy in place? Are you making moves now to maximize your future tax-free income? Not only is the year-end fast approaching, but the 2017 tax cuts sunset at the end of 2025, placing many Americans in a higher tax bracket. Don't just report your taxes, plan for them. Contact Master Plan Retirement Consultants now to create a retirement plan specifically designed for you. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation where we can illustrate your retirement outlook and create a plan together for your future. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Get ready for unfiltered conversations on The Janelle King Show, where we tackle the topics that you won't hear at your family gatherings, but they're absolutely crucial for a strong republic. Don't miss us live every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3. But if you can't tune in, that's okay. You can catch new episodes every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you prefer to get your podcast. Join us for these discussions, and I can't wait to meet you there.
I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but the cold air is coming fast. That means a couple different things to me and you. Energy bills will be rising and company coming over for the holidays. Dan Watkins here with All Four Seasons Garage, entry doors, and windows. It's time to get your house ready for the winter air and your holiday visitors. The good news is that we have you covered for every opening in your home. So call us today to set up a free estimate with one of our amazing sales consultants. They'll help you pick out the perfect garage door, front door, and windows for your home.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Extra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the Podcast Park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
What if I told you that you could get the engagement ring and wedding bands of your dreams in up to 10 grand in your hand? Jaron Solomon here from Solomon Brothers Jewelers to announce our incredible Takori Bridal event, November 22nd through the 24th at all 3 Solomon Brothers locations. During this event, we will be offering up to $10,000 cash back on your Takori engagement ring and wedding bands, or 3 years interest-free financing. Your choice. Takori will be bringing all new, never-before-seen, handcrafted pieces that you are sure to love. And we're not stopping there. For the first time ever, Solomon Brothers will be including GIA-certified diamonds during this promotion. So put some diamonds on your fingers and up to 10 grand in your hand during our Takori Bridal event November 22nd through the 24th at all 3 locations, Buckhead, Alpharetta, and Sharpsburg. Shop us online at SolomonBrothers.com and on Instagram at Solomon Brothers.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Monday, November 4th. Only one day left before Election Day, and in Georgia, over 4 million Georgians have participated in early voting. Nearly 56% of registered voters already have cast their ballots, leaving approximately 3 million registered voters yet to vote. Voters planning to vote on Election Day need to visit their designated polling place. Anyone in line by 7 is entitled to cast their ballot. Georgia Republicans and the Trump campaign are pursuing further legal action after alleging coordinated efforts by Democrat-heavy counties that accepted ballots after the early voting period ended. The lawsuit named 7 counties: Clayton, Cobb, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Fulton, Chatham, and Athens-Clarke County. And in sports, Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins threw for 222 yards and 3 touchdowns as the first-place Atlanta Falcons handed the Dallas Cowboys their 3rd straight loss. The Falcons improved their record to 6-3 with a 27-21 win. They will head to New Orleans next week to take on the Saints at 1 p.m. With your headlines, Scott Rhino, Extra 106.3.
680 The Fan and Extra 106.3 present the 9th annual Small Business Casino Night, all presented by Georgia Power. Going to be such a big time. Of course, want to thank all the sponsors because we're bringing small and medium-sized businesses together for a night of gaming fun, and it is so much fun because you can go to the casino, participate in casino games with fake money, even win things while you're there, and you don't have to lose your actual money, which is always, I mean, that's probably my favorite thing about it. I get to gamble without really having to lose everything that I have. It's all brought to you by Georgia Power, Harris Cherokee Casinos and Resorts, Dobbs Heating and Air, Evan Williams Bourbon, yes I will, and Deep Eddy Vodka.
I'm horrible. I lost everything so quick last year.
Right.
I was trying to watch Carlos because Carlos to me is just a genius when it comes to gambling and money.
He's got it.
So I'm like, I'm going to watch him. And then you're over there. You did pretty well for a while. I was watching you for a while, and then you kind of started falling into that trap like I did. And the next thing you know, I'm sitting out on the porch drinking because I'm like, there you go.
They give you booze at casinos for a reason.
That's right. Absolutely. You lose that inhibition. They're like, yes, I can win it all back in one fell swoop.
You're like, this is really only about a 20% chance of hitting, but it's still a 20% chance of hitting. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Always bet on black. That's what they say.
So I have some breaking news that happened to me over the weekend, but it applies to the entirety of the show.
Okay.
My daughter, after volleyball practice, she asked for some Waffle House.
Oh.
Which is always like when she says, let's do that. I'm like, okay, there's a plus here. And so I decided, because I was driving back, that I was going to call and put in an order. And I was told by my Waffle House, the number, I've got it in my phone. I got a Waffle House number.
Yeah.
That we don't accept call orders anymore.
What?
And to download the app, which I went,
oh, there's an app?
Yes.
You were happy about this.
There's now an app that I can order Waffle House from my phone to pick it up. We have now hit modern times, gentlemen.
Yes,
hold
on.
Because for the longest time, till like 3 years ago, my location didn't even take cards. Cash only.
It's cash only. Wow.
So
God, I love Waffle House.
now I've got an app to order. I could order like from right here, sitting here. Like think about the magic this would have been years ago.
Yeah.
You're a little bit intoxicated. It's like 2:00 in the morning, and you just think to yourself, I'm going to put in an order on the app rather than having to go sit in the store.
Yes. Look, I think it's great. I'm not. I'll admit though, I don't. My wife does all the ordering when it comes to apps, right?
Don't downplay that thing. Look at that,
No, I want to see the glory of it. That's
that.
what I'm saying. I don't have the Chick-fil-A app.
It's gold and beautiful. Like,
like everything that Waffle House is gold and beautiful. That's what I'm saying. But the problem in my scenario is my wife always uses the app. She scans the Chick-fil-A app and all that. She doesn't love Waffle House the way I do. So this may be the one app that I should go get and partake in.
Well, you need to tell Food Hitler that you're going to download the app and do what you want.
Food Hitler.
Well, no, I rely on her because I don't want to fool with ordering food. You know what I mean?
No, just like the Germans in the 30s. I see how you are. Maybe you should go against Food Hitler at some point.
Maybe so.
So funny.
Yeah.
Get your own app, dude.
But that's what I'm saying. That's going to be mine. That's going to be the one.
Download your app, man.
That's right. Matter of fact, I'm going to do it
Did you guys know this? They have it.
You let her have Chick Salad Chick. and you
Yeah, she
get
has
Waffle
that one.
House.
I don't
See,
like
I
chicken
knew
salad
it.
chick, but she
No, that's
loves
silly.
it.
I was shocked.
Do you like chicken salad chick? Have you? Probably.
Do they
Did you
even have
use?
I never liked chicken salad.
You didn't know?
No.
Me either.
I never
been a
was
fan.
chicken salad
The
fan.
only thing that I like over at Chicken Salad Chick is the pimento cheese.
Yeah.
Their pimento cheese is strong, dude. They got a good pimento cheese over there.
Man.
Especially put some jalapenos in there.
Sounds
It's
good.
So delicious. So I'm going right now.
I love
to get
this.
me-
Food
I like-
is number one.
Even
man.
if I never use this, it's almost like I feel it mandatory that I should have this. You know what I mean? Like there's some apps that you have on your phone just because you feel like you're supposed to, not because you really need them.
Like I have Waze because you never know when you need directions.
Yeah.
This is like the red badge of courage.
Yeah.
I got to
This is
show that I've
fantastic.
got a Waffle House app because you never know.
Absolutely. Look
I can't wait to use this app. I might use it today.
And it'll
Oh, look at
location
you.
check as well, so that no matter where you're at, it'll locate your Waffle House near you, and you can put in a to-go order.
I'm in the midst of downloading it. It is halfway, 3/4. It is done, and I am aboard.
Man,
See,
look at this.
game
Order
changer.
something. Why don't you
I
order
am
us
bored.
breakfast right now? And actually,
Well, because we don't have anybody to go get it for us.
That's the problem.
That's true. We don't
But
run into that.
we
I
can
would
put in
otherwise
an
do it.
order right down the street, right across from the battery.
Yeah,
That's
You can
exactly
pick
right.
it up at any point.
Right over there next to, what is it? Right next to the, is it a QT or no? It's a Marathon maybe? Is that
Yeah,
name right there?
Marathon.
Right next to
Yep.
that thing? Yeah.
All right, you want to guess the number one most ordered item on the app according to when I logged
Hash
in
browns?
to my location?
Hash browns.
browns is number 2.
okay.
It's a
Is it an actual meal?
It's an actual meal.
All-Star special?
All-Star's number
That's
one.
number one.
It's always
It's
number one.
always
Man,
my favorite.
Texas cheesesteak melt is number 3. So that's your top
strong.
3.
That's a strong one. Well, yes.
For the locals is what it has
The
as.
local yokels. I love it. There's nothing better. The funniest thing, my favorite Waffle House story growing up, because my family went to Waffle House, obviously, but once, twice, 3 times a week. It was such a staple in our home. My grandma Brown, one time, she never liked grits, which I could never figure out, but she always hated them. And anytime somebody would mess up and accidentally put grits on her plate, she would have a meltdown. She would be like, oh my God, I can't eat it. I can't eat it. These grits, oh, it's touching my eggs. I cannot eat it. And I was like, you know what? I'll take her plate and you can bring her a different one and we'll work it out that way. But she hated
I used to be
grits.
like that.
Hated grits. I'd never met
I used
a
to be
person.
like that when my food was touching.
You really? See, and I love a casserole because all of it's mixed up. So,
Yeah.
like, I put my salad on top of my spaghetti.
Oh, no, I'm with Rhino.
I mix everything up. I mix up with my mashed potatoes and carrots or peas or whatever. Dude, I mix it up. I mix everything up.
Well,
I love it.
Mix it up, Hitler. I
Yeah.
see that you were doing that. I'm like Rhino. I'm Luxembourg.
Yeah.
Everything has its own place.
It does, and I'll separate it. Like if I get mashed potato, like hot, oh, it's great during Thanksgiving. People, if they actually pay attention, my mashed potatoes become a square. Like a
Okay.
little like Montana.
Okay.
You know, my turkey sits by itself. The cranberry sauce I push to the side. Everything. Like
My wife and son are the same way.
No,
exact same way.
My turkey and my mashed potatoes with gravy can touch a little bit. I'm okay
But-
with certain things.
Yeah, but not all of them.
No.
See, like me, man,
You
give
get
me
green
a
beans
witch's
on my
brew.
green beans and what's the cranberry sauce? Forget it, dude.
I combine them on the fork, so I keep them separate, so I can have a controlled amount on the fork with each bite.
Okay. All right. I don't mind that.
Yeah, well, sometimes.
Dude, I want it all mixed up. I love me a good casserole, and it grosses out everybody at the table because I'm telling you, it's like witch's brew, dude. I'll just stir it all up, and it drives my entire family nuts. They can't believe I do it because they're the same way as y'all. They don't want anything touching, and I'm like, touching? I want them to be in love with one another.
I like to eat food in a very mature manner.
Okay.
I save my favorite thing for last because that's a sign of maturity.
Yeah.
So I will eat in portions in different, I'm going to start here, and you know what? If I'm going to finish off with these mushrooms, these sauteed mushrooms, yummy. But they're always going to be last because they're my favorite.
Right.
Yeah, I got that.
But there are certain things that I do mix, right?
Okay.
There are certain things like if there's grits and like cheese from the eggs,
Yes.
like I'll take the cheese and mix it up. Like
or
there's
just
certain
the eggs
things.
and the grits all together.
Yeah, sometimes I'll do that
That's
with
the way to
certain
go, man.
foods just go together, and I'm like, whatever. We make breakfast, and it's like eggs, sausage, hash browns at home. We call it super breakfast. So that I throw some hot sauce on and be like, all together.
Delicioso.
Yeah.
Oh, God,
Give me a
sounds so good.
shovel, and I'm ready to go.
Dude, me too. I love it all. Every bit of it. Mix it all up. That's the way I want it. Doesn't matter which meal, which time of day. I want it all. So, Mark Cuban, he's a buffoon. And not only is he a buffoon, he is one that the Harris campaign have physically kicked off the campaign trail because he continues to put his foot in his mouth and he's not helping Kamala whatsoever.
How often do you see the number one surrogate have to be kicked off the trail?
I can't think of a time, to be honest with you.
Because at one point we did have Tim Walz's wife where she was like, all right, we're going to march her all these places. And then everyone went, she's nuts.
Her eyes got all big. That's what the
And so
problem
they
was.
pulled her off the trail. They're like, no more of that. Then it turned into, well, let's go with Bill Clinton. Everyone loves Bill Clinton. He's a former president. And then he stepped in at like 4 different times.
About Laken Riley specifically.
It's like, we should close the border.
And
she wouldn't be dead.
All right.
About Laken Riley, I'm not trying to bring levity, but it kind of does. She said she would not be
She
dead.
would not be dead.
If we vetted people. Thank you,
vetted
Bill Clinton. We know that.
Yes, if not for the policies of this administration, Laken Riley would not be dead. That's what he said in South Georgia, and everyone nodded like, is that you, Bill Clinton? Like, really?
Then you got Joe Biden, too.
Yeah.
Throwing out things.
So then they finally have moved over to, well, Cuban's been on television. Cuban's
He
a
can't mess it
billionaire.
up.
He can't possibly mess it up. By the time he was done with his viral moment of calling there's no women around Donald Trump that are smart, they're intelligent, that are strong. Okay, now he's off the trail. So now what are they left with? Kamala Harris actually having to talk for herself. It's amazing.
No, they got Cardi B now.
Buddy.
Kamala Harris is like, really?
She talking about pH balances?
Yeah.
Woo, Lord, go
And then
find
you-
that video.
Yeah, and then you got J-Lo warning everybody, but never
Dude.
warned anybody about P. Diddy.
We saw that tweet this morning. It's so freaking funny that people are calling them on their BS.
But what are you going to do when your entire endorsement depends on people who are from Hollywood that you look at and go, ugh, those are disgusting people, though, and they don't relate to me. She can't. At this point, the only person that they really need to pull off the trail, they can't because it's her.
Let me get this straight. Because the ads they were attempting to run is, I'm a steel worker from these places. I'm not voting for Donald Trump. Here's the reason. Look, he's going to look out for his billionaire friends. Now, I get it. There's some billionaires out there that you're going to say, all right, they happened into this money. It was a family deal. Hey, this is a billionaire person. Think to yourself like, I don't know, like the Hiltons, okay? Like you just go, okay, I get it. This is who you are.
Mm-hmm.
How about the guy that built the world's biggest EV company while also catching rockets coming from space? and you're likening that to like these typical billionaires. I'm like, dude has a giant mechanical arm catching rockets from space, and you think his endorsement's a bad idea?
The funny part now is they're calling him dumb. Like Elon Musk, he didn't actually do anything. He's not a real physicist. I mean, I know that he went to school for physics and everything else, but the reality is he's just a guy who has a lot of money and paid people to do these. No, he came up with these ideas. I find it funny that he was their hero for a long time, and now he's really dumb.
when he was building EVs and that was their big push. Of course, they've gone silent on that now because they set themselves on fire and they aren't beneficial because the American people don't want to be mandated to drive them. That's when they were like, yeah, man, we love this Elon fella, boy. Give me some more Elon. The minute he comes out and says, well, I think actually Donald Trump's the better choice, they're like, he's the devil. He's catching fire rockets.
Man.
That's devil worship.
Look at what they did to Jeff Bezos, the guy who owns the Washington Post, who goes, "Hey, we're gonna step back. We're gonna actually look at these candidates. We're gonna take a break for a while. We're no longer going to be endorsing people. We're just trying to be fair and balanced now." And look how quick they turn on him too.
Yeah, they do it really quick, dude, and they will turn on you just the same way.
Elon Musk has a company that lands rockets and catches rockets. And the steelworker on TV, who I don't even know if it's really a steelworker at this point,
everyone I've
all
seen
these ads.
after you looked up all the guys that were in the "I'm a real man" voting for Kamala, and they were all actors. One a very interesting style of acting he does, and I'll let your imagination go wild on that one.
He does adult films with other men.
Yes, that's right.
But he's straight.
Yes,
which really just messes with Tug like you can't believe.
Yeah, well, man, because you can't be.
I grew up in the mountains. He's just acting.
No, don't.
Yeah.
Are you acting?
Do you think that there's such a thing as an Indiana Jones?
No, I don't.
He's just acting.
No, I know.
Do you see my flannel? I'm a man.
I think there's different.
Is Peter Weller RoboCop?
Yes.
Nope, he's not.
Oh.
Well, I mean,
got that one wrong.
not really RoboCop.
Just curious.
Just acting.
Sometimes you're just acting, Tug.
I'm not sure in that case you're just acting. That's just my point of view. I'm just saying, maybe.
Whatever, Taliban Tug.
Taliban Tug.
Trying to push this country music all over the country.
9 o'clock hour is brought to you by
Taliban fervor.
That's right. Wait till you see the Taliban members wearing cowboy hats and lassoing things.
Oh, can I call an audible here for you?
Yes, please, boss.
So I know we were going to have some SNL audio.
Yeah. No. This is not. This was the one. But anyway, regardless.
So there's new audio that's out there of two people portraying themselves as Kamala Harris supporters. Mm-hmm. And then once they knock on the door, then they offer them a family to live with them that are migrants.
Yes.
You just got to listen to it.
Well, there's that. And I want you to hear Kamala's husband talk about what she does to make sure America is going to be, everything we want it to be. Next on the Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Xtra 106.3. Hey, it's Kimmer. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
So we're sitting around playing Parcheesi last night, and the Queen looks at me and says, why doesn't the media inform people that this country is not a democracy? And that started a conversation. You're right, honey, as always. When the hyena tells us that the rich need to pay their fair share, why doesn't the media then report that actually the top 1% of income earners pay 52% of all income taxes? And every time they talk about the right to vote, why doesn't the media tell us that the Supreme Court has ruled there is no constitutional right to vote in a presidential election? So many other minor things, too. Surely you can think of some examples yourself, and you probably already know the answer.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Xtra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Xtra 106.3 app.
Central Heating and Air Conditioning wants you to know the start of the new season is the perfect time to ensure your home's comfort for the fall and winter. Don't wait like most people do to have your HVAC system serviced. Your home should have maintenance twice a year. Maintenance helps keep your furnace running at peak efficiency and extends the life of your equipment. Turn to the experts for your system's maintenance at 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com. Central Heating and Air Conditioning can fix what ails your house and possibly your family with home ventilation and air quality products. Central has packages designed around health using variable speed, fresh air ventilation, air cleaners, air purifiers, dehumidifiers, and more. Carrier products, carrier warranty, and carrier peace of mind. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert since 1947 and one of the few second-generation locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. Call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Looking for bold discussions on vital issues? Tune in to the Janelle King Show every Saturday at 3 p.m. with an encore episode every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Xtra 106.3, where we dive into kitchen table topics that are essential for a strong republic. Don't miss an episode, but if you do, it's all good because we have new podcasts that drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out on these thought-provoking conversations.
Who doesn't want a great smile? The world seems brighter because it is. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? That's only one reason to see my dentist, Dr. Dina Giesler at Atlanta Smiles. The other reason, of course, is to take care of your teeth, or they're going to make your life miserable. We all know that. But when's the last time you were smiling before you walked in the door like me? Because I know Dr. Dina and her staff are the happiest Kimmer babes you ever saw. We're going to fix me up, and I always take the gas. They tell me my best stories come out that way. And you can actually get a doggy right there, napping in my lap, a little doggy. I said, go ahead, work away. Dr. Dina's a Navy vet, ranked a master dentist, which only 1% can say. She's been doing veneers since before anybody even knew what that was. My first visit was 30 years ago. Cosmetic dentistry, cleaning, bridges, crowns, especially keeping your teeth and gums healthy to last as long as you do. Veterans Automatic, 10% discount. Just tell them when you call. 404-263-7733. It's atlantasmiles.com. Your new smile's waiting for you. atlantasmiles.com. Tell them the Kimmer sent you. Ask for the doggy. atlantasmiles.com.
What's up, Atlanta? It's Ben Burnett, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show. Each and every weekend, right here on Xtra 106.3, we unpack all the week's events. We talk about all the issues with a local Atlanta-based flavor. You can catch me each and every weekend, Saturdays at 2 and Sundays at noon. If you ever miss an episode, you can go to the Podcast Park or wherever you download all of your content, and I'll be right there. Thanks for listening to the Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Butler Snow.
If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver to detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. You hear about our family's company all the time right here on the station. For over 30 years, we've been the local lender who said yes when the big banks say no. A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to firstlibertyga.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
First Liberty Notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. SEC accredited investor status must be verified. Securities not offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Wherever you are in Georgia, you can stream Xtra 106.3 and crystal clear digital with the all-new Xtra 106.3 app. Get Xtra's live on-air stream in real time, or go back and listen to all your favorite shows, Neil Bortz, or original podcasts, no matter where you go. Grab the Xtra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
We have located new, funny audio of leftists getting a little dose of their own medicine, front office lows.
Yeah, Clay Travis posted this as well. You can always follow him at Clay Travis and check out him and Buck Sexton coming up at noon. You go noon to 3 right here on Extra. So this piece of audio has these two younger guys. They're probably college age, wearing Kamala Harris shirts. And they're going up to residents that have Harris Walls signs. And by the time they introduce themselves, then their great trick is to have a car pull up, and it's filled with brown people.
Okay.
All right. Take a listen as they then are basically saying, hey, who wants to take care of our friends here? Take a listen.
I dressed up like I work for Kamala's campaign, and now I'm going to deliver immigrants to her supporters.
Oh, the ring.
Are you? We do have a surprise, if that's okay, just real fast.
You have a surprise?
We're looking for a place for them to stay. They just came across. They'll sleep on floors. I mean, they're not picky, you know. We have like a 2-year-old, so Hector's good with kids. Sorry, we just can't. Could they just like sleep on your lawn? They need a place to stay. They just came across.
My teenagers live with me.
Oh, that's fine. Hector, he was dating a teenager like a little bit ago, so.
Okay.
They just came across. They don't have papers. You're in support of like the whole border situation, and we're just trying to get them a floor to sleep on. We're a house of COVID. Do you guys want COVID? They said they could survive it.
You really learned how to say her name.
We work with her, so we know how to say her name.
Earlier you said Kamala. The way she pronounces her name is Kamala. You don't work with her either.
See that car? We have 3 dudes who just came across the border. We're trying to find them a home.
Find them a home.
Just say I'm voting for Donald Trump without saying it, okay?
That's a wrong attitude, mister. I said my vote is private.
So you're voting Kamala?
No. You said it again.
No.
So what's so funny is the people that come out of the car. So Hector's like putting his hands out. He's like, so why can't I come in? And then when you hear them, well, our house has COVID. Well, they'll survive it.
Yeah, it's not as bad as they've been made out to be.
They just want to stay on your lawn. They'll sleep on the floor. They're good with kids.
Yeah.
And
he dated a teenager.
Like the actors behind them, they look like regular guys looking to day work.
Yeah, sure.
And they're basically being told, well, you're so progressive in your thinking. Why not take in these guys that are looking for a place to live?
I thought this is what you supported. Isn't that what you say all the time?
And by the way, what enraged that last woman? Not the fact that she wouldn't take in people. Mm-hmm. You didn't say Kamala.
Yes,
Kamala.
Yes, it's Kamala. And
you did it again.
Don't mess it up, you dummy. Don't you mess it up.
And look how offended she got.
Less of you.
Look how offended she got. Well, obviously you're voting for Trump. And she's like, no, I'm still with you.
I don't want to live by the
don't you do that
the
to me.
Convictions that I tell you I have. So this lady is finger pointing.
Oh, she's angry.
And but these people are angry, upset, and surprised and scared. The eyes are great.
The visual of, okay, so here come all the dudes coming out to work. They're like, no, I'll sleep on your floors.
Look at her eyes. The crazy eyes from that. And then she calls the man with his man bun to come to the door, and he's like, listen, we have 2-year-old. But that's okay.
Look at the dudes that are all there. They're just like,
Yeah, man, we're just here.
We're just here to. We'll sleep on the floor.
Whatever you need, man.
Yeah.
But these people don't have the courage of the
Hector's good
conviction.
with
And
kids.
as funny as that is,
Hector's good with kids.
They sleep on your lawn.
they don't actually have the courage of their convictions. They don't believe anything that they say they believe in, which is so odd to me. Like, why in the world do you support something that you have no actual interest in?
Yeah.
It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense.
Well, because you've been brainwashed so long that you don't even
believe it. But that's the thing.
But that's the point, right? You've been told you're supposed to believe this way, but you can't actually stand there and, your convictions are completely different. That's the pretzel that Carlos always talks about that they get into. They tell you what they want, but they don't ever think it's going to come for them.
What's NIMBY?
Not in my backyard.
Not in my backyard. In the 90s, it was,
Boy, that was like,
we need prisons. But not near me.
That was like a waltz kind of campaign rally. You tell us what to repeat. Keep going.
We need to bring these people into our country and house them and support them.
Yeah.
But not near me. Not in my backyard.
They proved
My house?
that
No.
at Martha's
Oh.
Vineyard when they used the military to move them out. And it was, like 15, 20 illegals?
Wasn't all that many.
Yeah.
And yet,
They used
because
the
you
military.
actually you put these people in a place that was not advantageous for them. It would probably be a strain on the community, and they said, get them out of here.
When J.D. Vance was talking about those signs that you see, like in this house, blah, 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 they don't believe any of that. They don't believe any of that. And the reality of it is they have been put into a position where they have to use emotion. And it's so confusing to them because when it comes down to, hey, are you going to keep your family safe? Oh, well, I didn't know it was Laken Riley's one thing. Like, yeah, that's so sad, but I'm not going to bring that into my house.
It's so rare. They would tell you it's so rare. Even though there's news reporting, it's not exactly from conservative outlets that are telling you it's happening more and more and more and more. And yet they're willing to say, okay, you know what? We're willing to deal with that to make sure that we can have abortions. They're willing to deal with anything to make sure that they have abortions.
You know what? And that's another one that's really funny. Carlos, 75% of the women in this world in their entire lives, none of them will ever have abortions, yet they're so into it. And nobody's taking the abortion away from anybody. You can go and get an abortion. California, it's like Disneyland of abortion. Let's kill babies left and right. The reality is, when it came down to it, they're going to sit there and they're going to teach their children, hey, you have to have personal responsibility. So they'll do everything we're saying, but when it comes to it, they feel, oh my God, they're telling me they're going to take it away, and they don't look into it.
There's a certain amount of ignorance here, because when Roe versus Wade ended up going down in 1973, there was the finding by the Supreme Court that the state did have an interest in life. That was going to be part of it. So it was, abortion is legal and it is going to be provided early term. By the time we get to midterm, there's going to have to be some issues. And by the time we're at late term, that's not going to be permitted. It wasn't until Planned Parenthood in 1993 that got that turned into abortion on demand. So when you start talking with people about saying, Roe versus Wade is so important, I'm like, yeah, I agree. Why don't we go back to the actual ruling then? Well, we can't do that. It's like, because you've had abortion on demand for 30 years, which is ghoulish, and only us and the Chinese have that.
Dude, so disgusting.
So that's
so disgusting.
There's a level of ignorance that goes along with that. And just like there's a level of ignorance in, well, just let everybody across the border. It'll be fine for the economy. It'll be fine. Now, what do we have? We have a housing crisis.
Yeah, of course, and that will continue. But the most ghoulish thing that drives me crazy is when my Aunt Peg tells me how they're going back to coat hangers. And it's the most bizarre conversation that I always excuse myself from, because I'm like, I don't want to get emotional and scream at you and cause an infight in our whole family.
I will tell you how to do this. Get with Aunt Peg and just say, Roe versus Wade, completely important? Yes. All right, we should go right back to the ruling, shouldn't we? Yes. Okay, good. That means that the state does have an active participant in life, and that abortions will not be done on demand. That was what the original ruling was, and yet Aunt Peg would sit back and say, well, no.
She'll look like the meme with tears.
But when we start by agreeing that this is important and let's revert back to it, and say this is what the standard should be in this state or any other state, you've already got her in a pretzel. She's pickled at that point.
It's so easy to pretzel them.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. Going to play this because it's only 4 seconds. Did you hear what Kamala's husband said about her?
Kamala did what Kamala always does. She just put her head down and she went to work.
We'll leave it right there. We'll leave it right there.
Thank you, Doug and off.
The jokes just write themselves, don't they?
No.
That'll do it for us. Morning Extra. Tomorrow, big show, and then a big evening with the Morning Extra all night long until we figure out who's going to be the president.
November 12th.
Well, seemingly. That's Rhino's already put it on his...
It's a prediction he has. His over-under.
That's right. His over-under is November 12th, which looks probably not all that bad. All right, for Rhino, for Los, and for Board Up Goey Virgin River, my name is Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear?
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's a camera. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
And I'm talking about prescription drugs being advertised. We're teaching our kids drugs are the answer. Should they be permitted to advertise? Yeah, go ahead. Name the drug, the side effects, and tell them what it can do for you, and get the hell off the tube.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.